Take it to the next level.
Welcome along, everyone, to the Pro Tour Live. Sorry we're a little bit late. A few technical issues to sort out as we are on the road. But I'm Phil Bars, joined by Henry Deacon for the day for Players' Championship 16. Henry, it's been a slog of a morning, but we've got there in the end.
Exactly. We are here in the end, and we're in two different countries broadcasting this because you've got the joys of Niedhausen, Germany for yourself. It's just another day in the life of Phil Bars, isn't it?
Literally, today is up there with the worst. I've had no sleep, running on caffeine, and the crash later is going to be huge.
Now, Phil's in his hotel, and at any moment today, he could literally just fall on his bed or something. So just to keep you all informed on that.
Or the other bit, as I am in Niedhausen, if players lose, I might tap them up and see if they want to come in and say hello. Just give them the hotel room, and there we go.
It's like...
We have to thank Gob. Gob's in the background as well, making sure everything runs semi-smooth because of the logistics as well. And he has just pinged the Barney alarm for us.
See, this is the problem. We've got to be on our best behaviour because if we're not, he can just get rid of us at any second's notice.
Yeah, see, normally I've got the calls. But not today.
No, Gob has the power. And you can see with his power, he's put Nathan Aspinall up against Matt Edgar as the featured game. Now, of course, Matt Edgar, one of the Pro Tour top-up players. I mean, it is a midweek Pro Tour in Germany. We do see a lot of top-ups from the Pro Tour. There's a lot of late absentees as well today going into the Pro Tour. We'll just have a quick check of those that come in at the last minute today. So out of this Pro Tour, later on the entry list are Adrian Lewis, Cameron Menzies, Dan Webster and James Wade, which means last-minute call-ups to Gary Blades, Paulo Ferreira, Jelle Klassen, and Graham Usher. So they got the call right at the last minute to be here today.
To be fair, they did well to get some of them in.
I was going to say, especially Graham Usher and Gary Blades, if they got last-minute notice, then that's some flight over from Germany to the UK and probably having to sort out work commitments and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, up until last night, James Wade was playing, so that was a late call.
I mean, Klassen you can get as an easy one to put in. It's not far from him. Plus, he hasn't got any other commitments outside of darts, so you could get him in straight away as one. But yeah, there's a couple there which must have got a call early this morning to say, can you hop on a flight?
Yeah. So I'm just setting some other bits up as well as we speak, so I can watch stuff on the iPad as well. This feels very weird because obviously, Henry, you've worked at my place where I've got that huge, great big setup where I've got screens everywhere, I see everything. To doing this is different, but it's what we do. It's why we get things done.
It's weird when you've got loads of things in front of you, then when you suddenly have nothing, you feel almost naked, don't you?
Yeah. But Matthew Edgar is up against it in the feature game. Nathan Aspinall averaging just 102, casual from the Asp.
It's not bad. Well, I suppose it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so they've warmed up to a certain extent, but it's not bad for your opener.
Well, I'll tell you what, we just need to address some things in the chat room. There's some, well, first of all, we'll say hello to Tugboat. Hope you're all well. However, Teresa's got a lot to answer for here, and I want to see a signed note because I'm not sure this was ever agreed.
Oh,
I'm
if
not
only.
Sure. I'm not sure this was ever sanctioned. I hope you're having a nice holiday though, as always. Also, sorry to all the Rob Cross fans because Mr. Boyce has just done this.
Incidentally, going back to Mallorca, didn't I hear that the summer series you're going to fly us all out there for a week's holiday, and we're going to do the Super Summer Series from Mallorca or something along them lines?
Oh, I'll tell you what. If I win the Euro Millions, we're going to do it from Cafe Mambo.
Oh.
Dan says Graham has played some good stuff in the live league. Yes, he has played some super stuff. I'll tell you what, the Barney alarm may be getting sounded again on board 7, Henry. Raymond Van Barneveld is averaging 107.35. Absolutely walloping Jose de Souza out of the park. 3-0. De Souza only averaging 79 right now.
Are we allowed to use the phrase vintage Barneveld in this scenario? Because,
yes,
as you say, 107 average, 3-0 up on Jose de Souza. And this has been Raymond Van Barneveld this season. Sometimes we've seen some fantastic stuff from Barney, these big averages, but then these inconsistent performances around the 85, 86 range, and maybe sometimes a little bit below, has kind of come to plague him, especially in the bigger matches this year. He's showing it, but showing it in spells. If you can show, obviously, no, you're not 107 all the time, but it's definitely more in the 90s region on a more regular basis. He'll get to the latter ends of these events. And for Barney, the target has to be to qualify for every single major event this year.
Yeah. Yeah, Gob's just put it there. Barney's gone 17, 13, 12. That's a little bit good.
Just a tad bit. I'm just having a look down the bottom onto board 2 because still fairly early days in the match, but Glenn Durrant is level at 2-2 against Chris Dobie. Dobie's averaging a ton, Durrant 86.26, and that would be if Durrant could win, and of course it's still early days. What a victory that would be for Duzza.
Oh, completely. Pete asks us if we're both good. I'm tired. Henry's probably in a better state than I am.
Indeed. One of the joys about having a Pro Tour that starts at 1 o'clock and living on the sunny south coast is the fact that you get to go out by the seaside for a bit of breakfast before coming over here. So I've lived the life of luxury, whereas Phil Bars has been dragged across, well, basically dragged midway across Europe.
Just 5 hours on the train.
Yeah, but at least in Germany, the trains actually work.
Yeah, to be fair, the trains are good. But to be fair, I'm not going to give too much away because it's not set in stone yet. But there may be some good little quirks that me and Henry may be able to actually do this live in person because of where he lives sometime soon.
Something that nobody wanted, but you may well get.
Yeah, Teresa, I know the hazards. We've all been there. Philip says, do you know anything about Adrian Lewis' withdrawal? I don't. But it's very last minute. So I don't know is the honest answer. I will try and find out some info. Scotty Waters is in. I hope you're good, Scott.
I was just going to say, obviously, we don't know this for a fact, but of course, everything with flight disruptions and things like that. I know you had some issues getting out of Copenhagen at the weekend. We don't know this is a reason, but it could potentially be for tournaments later down the line that because of the trouble with airlines at the minute, that could not help players. If their flight's delayed and whatever, then you got no chance.
Well, at the moment, you've almost got to allow an extra day for travelling, like as in go a day earlier.
which obviously in Adrian's case, he wouldn't have to worry about it. But with players lower down the order of merit who are part-time, that's going to cause all sorts of problems.
Yeah. Chisnell averaging 109 against ex-Chelsea fullback Paulo Ferreira. Too soon for that gag?
John Terry's coming in for tomorrow's session, isn't he?
Also, an interesting little one developing on board number 5, Henry, as the evergreen Steve Beaton leads the world champion 4-1.
Yes, what's happening? The Bronze Adonis. Well, I suppose it is summertime, so I suppose it's the Bronze Adonis time, isn't it? Yeah, 4-1 up on Peter Wright. A game where both averaging around in the same ballpark. I haven't really tapped into it, but I'd imagine that because of the averages where they are, Peter's possibly missed the odd a double or two, and Steve Beaton's mopped up.
Yeah.
But we do have on the feature board our first winner of the day, and that's Nathan Aspinall, 102 average, getting the better of Matt Edgar by 6 legs to 1. So the Asp is through to the second round here in Niedhausen, which will take place in probably about an hour or so's time.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, another good performance for Rob Cross, 105.79. He's leading John Michael 5-2. He's averaging 91 himself. As we say, Chizzy averaging 110. Dirk van Dijvenberg 102.87 against Scott Waits, 4-1 there. Dimitri Vandenberg, the new Nordic Masters champion, 102.13, leading 3-2 against Karol Sedlacek. And Stephen Bunting is averaging 107.2, but it's only level at 2-2 against George Killington. So, sometimes we see when the action starts at about 11 o'clock in the morning, sometimes you see the players slowly get into the day. Obviously, at an afternoon start, 2 o'clock out in Germany, and the players have hit their floor to the mast quite early.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Michael Smith has just leveled it up with Darius Lebanos. He's 2 apiece. Bully Boy slowly getting there, slow start, but he's going through the gears. Martin Schindler 4-2 up on Jason Heaver. Dane Oppett 4-1 up on Redek Sadansky. And also Steve Beaton is now 5-1 up on Peter Wright. It could be an early exit for Snakey.
Which would be very interesting indeed. Of course, it is an early exit for Peter Wright, Phil.
It is. Job done. 96 average for Steve Beaton. 92.71 for Snakebite. Dave Chisnell's average has gone up. He's now 5 up against Paulo Ferreira. No clean sheet for the Portuguese international. Can you tell I'm tired?
For Chizzy. How many hours have you not slept now?
It's over 24.
Oof. Put it this way, come finals time about 7 o'clock, things could get very interesting.
Oh, I'll be waffling God knows what.
Doesn't matter whether you're tired or not for that, does it?
No. Just general.
And Dave Chisnell has secured that 6-0 victory over Paulo Ferreira. 107.36 average for Chizzy in the end, winning 6-0 there. Dirk van Dijvenbode 1 away, 5-1 up on Scott Waits. And Martin Schindler also 1 away against Jason Heaver. Heaver's averaging 103.5, but is 5-2 down to Schindler. Barney still making decent progress. The average has come down for the 107. It's now 100.4. Jose's kind of streamlined around 92. 4-2 there. Barney was well in front in that one at the start.
Absolutely. What else? We've got Damon Hester 4-2 up on Max Hopp. Rob Cross is 1 away, 5-3 on John Michael. The Ober Genius averaging over a ton, 5-1 up on Scott Waits as well. And Dobie is 1 away from beating Duzzer. Couple of ones in the chat room. Dan says, was that one of the best Premier League finals yet? Yeah, look, it was right up there. And I'm not going to lie, I just wanted to go and give Joe Cullen a hug at the end.
You just absolutely felt from, because he just poured absolutely everything in it. And yeah, you just felt for him. You thought possibly when it was 10-10 and he started the leg off in the way they did the 140, you just thought, this is your time, Joe, and just didn't quite happen for him. But I think he's one of those characters where the next couple of days, yeah, he's going to feel hurt, feel down, and all the rest of it. But he's the kind of player that come the next event, you just put it to the back of the mind and just to kind of focus from there. Fantastic debut campaign to get to the final. And yeah, he would be hurting now, but I think in time he'd be proud of what he achieved. And for me, I'd say that was probably better than Wright Van Gerwen 2017.
Yeah, I thought it was right up there. Also, looking ahead, Tam says prediction for the World Cup, guys. Now, I'm not. First of all, Barney has just won, averaging 104. Great stuff from Barney. As Rob Cross, Boise's pick, averaging 104, also is through. Look, as an outsider, I really like the look of Team Poland.
Mm-hmm. Biggest thing is, like all these teams, it's how the chemistry clicks when it gets to game day. Incidentally, Martin Schindler's just got over the line, as has Dirk van Dijvenbode. We'll keep our eye on the games. But yeah, Poland, one of those, I think if they can click together, they've certainly got the look of a team that can go deep. I think, yeah, Belgium, I've always said, a team you should never discard. Kim Hybrechts just has this affinity with the tournament, doesn't he? And certain players have certain events that no matter how you play, they get themselves up for it. And Kim Hybrechts in the World Cup is most certainly one of them. And the way Dimmy's playing, coming off the back of that win in Copenhagen at the weekend, I think they're a dangerous team to look out for. Interested to see how the Dutch fare without Michael. Danny's going to be the team captain for the first time. We'll see how he takes that role on. I think the favourites will be the Welsh.
Yeah, here's one for you. The PDC have obviously let John Henderson and Peter Wright defend their crown this year. What happens if Holland win?
Well, the precedent's been set, hasn't it?
Good luck telling Michael he's not playing next year.
Yeah, that could go down like a phrase that we all know, which we can't repeat on air. Put it this way: you'd like to be a fly on the wall, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd love to be a fly on the wall.
Mind you, it'd be dangerous being a fly on that wall because you might get zapped or something. I think the air would turn very blue very quickly. But this is the thing. Once you say that this is the criteria, then that's got to be the criteria, and it doesn't matter whether you're the player that's ranked 3 in the world and just won the Premier League, or you're the player ranked 128 in the world and just got your tour card. If that's what the conventions have been created to be, then you have to stick with that, haven't you?
Apart from one thing, rule number 1.
Yes. Well, yeah, there is rule number 1. There is rule number 1.
It still exists, and I know Rob in the background, he'll be shaking his head because he hates that one.
So like the number 1 ranked Max Hopp. Also, why has we been waffling on about the World Cup? Let's get into some of the results. Chris Dobie's beating Glendurant 6-2. Glendurant did have it at 2 apiece in that. Martin Schindler's beating Jason Heaver by 6 legs to 2. Danny Noppert's beating Radid Sagansky by 6 legs to 1. And just confirmation of Damon Hetter's victory 6-2 against Max Hopp, 101.14 average for the Heat, who is getting better and better as the season goes on. And I think Australia going back to the World Cup, a lot depends on Simon Whitlock's game, I think. If Whitlock can kind of streamline around a B game, I think Damon Hetter can carry him through to about a quarter final.
Yeah. Just scrolling on Twitter as well. I can't see anything as to the reason why Adrian Lewis is out. So we'll try and find some info. Also, strange one on board 11. Danny Baggage 2-0 down, averaging only 69.
However, that's going to go up dramatically in this leg because he's hit a 135, 136, and 145 in leg 3. So he's found his straps and can reduce the deficit to 2-1, but was broken in the second. So he's going to have to find a break back at some point in this match against Stu Wilson. Wants tops now, gets it last darts, brings the arrears back to 2-1, 79 apiece. The averages, and first of all, your heart goes out to Danny because he's had a horrible time of it off the oche.
Yeah.
And so let's hope that we can at least see some of the Danny Baggage that we know.
Yeah, completely. Michael Smith is one away. The Laban average has dropped off by a good 6 points.
Going back to the World Cup, if Jeff Smith had his darts, then I would say that Canada were a potential dark horse with an unknown quantity in the Netherlands, Brazil, and the Republic of Ireland in their part of the draw, with underneath Northern Ireland, Gibraltar, New Zealand, and Switzerland. You would have thought, but obviously Matt Campbell and Jeff Smith would have played a lot of doubles together. They play a lot of doubles out in that part of the world. I would have thought if Jeff Smith did have his darts, or if he does have a set that he can throw well with, they're a potential dark horse in this tournament.
Do we know if Jeff Smith is going to get his darts or not?
I don't know, but he must be the most unluckiest traveller of all time. Incidentally, Dimitri van der Berg won that last leg against Karel Sedlacek 6-5. Stephen Bunting beats George Killington 6-3, 101.43 average there for the bullet. Brendan Dolan, Pete Burgoyne tied at 4 apiece. We saw Burgoyne last week in the live league, which you can see probably the last stages of alongside us for your multi-screening today and tomorrow from 9:30. It's the asset, Paul Nicholson, in the comms booth this week. Niels Zonneveld 5-3 up on Vladimir Anderson, who had a great time in Copenhagen at the weekend.
I don't want this to sound wrong, but he's a very complex character. Very. Andrew, no, Heta didn't hit the 9 at 180, 180, 109 to leave 32.
Anderson's brought it back to 5-4 against Zonneveld.
Adam Hunt takes the opener against Jimi Hendrix. Brian Rahman, Alan Suter is underway. It's Rahman who's one up on that one.
I'm just going to check into Michael Smith against Darius Labanauskas. Michael Smith, who just basically enters a tournament, wins a tournament these days. He wants 110 for the match against Labanauskas. It's with throw. He don't want 8 to start the leg, but then subsequent visits of 60, 55, and 96. 75 leaves 35. Labanauskas not on a finish back on 189. 94 for Smith, 91 for Labanauskas are the averages in this match. Smith wants 35 to progress his way through, and it's going to be under pressure because Laban's hit a 165 to leave double 12 to break the throw and to take it to a deciding leg. So this 35 for Michael Smith for the match does go, 2 darts, and Michael Smith is through legs to 4, 93 average. So the bully boy, the winning machine of late in the PDC, when he's got another victory under his belt, looking for another tournament win to add to his CV.
Absolutely. Steve West, 1 up on Peter Hudson. Thibaut Tricol, you can tell he's gutted about the World Cup. He won't obviously publicly say it, but you can tell he's gutted.
And you get why he's gutted, because he's done a lot to put French darts on the map. And I mean, for a number of weeks, obviously you were discussing on your program and elsewhere on social media, it felt like if someone was going to come in, a new country's going to come in, France looked like the most likely candidate of any nation to come in. Obviously, Thibaut's done a lot of stuff, obviously on the Challenge Tour. He's been at the Live League, obviously got to the final of Lakeside. So they've done a lot to put darts on the map out there, and you can get why he'd be gutted not to get that invitation to the event.
Yeah. Corey, Barney won, mate. Barney is safely through. So interested in our feature game here. Big moments, because I say Stu Wilson hasn't set it up that particularly well, I say, because the 80 is not a gimme.
But it was for Baggish there.
Yeah. Spud King is in. He says hello from the Western Australia. Go Heta. The Dad 42. Yep, we are coming slowly and unnoticed. Don't worry, you'll get there. England team could be formidable. Smith and Wade at the World Cup. Yeah, they'll be there or thereabouts, but I just don't know.
The one thing about this year's World Cup is there's a lot of unknown teams. We know that they're good players, but we don't actually know how they're going to gel as a duo this year. And I think it's probably one of the interesting components.
It's that chemistry. Like, lucky for England, Smith and Wade are both tops and tens guys, which helps. But when you've got one's top tens and the other's 8s and 16s, and little things like that can cause not issues, but you've got your own way of going is the thing. And if you've only got one dart at a double, you're thinking, do I go at a double I don't like, and things like that.
Exactly that. And there's one or two teams that will know what they were put. Because the thing is, most of the year you think about your own game, whereas, you know, if you fancy double 16, but your other partner fancies double 18, you then have to stop, think, well, no, I've got to go this way, which obviously won't be natural to them.
Yeah.
And that's why the cutthroat first round format does lend itself to upsets because of it.
That's why the more established teams, players, are happy when it goes to two singles, because it's only the pairs as a backup. They back themselves to win their singles game. Whilst we're talking about the World Cup, no, Philip, I am absolutely with you. More Asada and Malik Dem at the World Cup.
Oh my. We'll go back to that in a second. Big fish alert on the feature game. Danny Baggish hits a 170 to make it 3-3.
What do you mean? That one?
Yes. The big fish. The Jeremy Wade shot.
Did somebody say big fish?
I can tell you're working on no sleep.
I've never paid any attention to the World Cup of darts. Do any nations have more than one team? No, it's just one team per country, buddy.
Unlike the World Cup of Pool, where Team GB get about 7 teams.
This is an interesting one. I know Gob's in the background looking. I'm going to put it up on the screen and see his response because I know he can see. Your guess is as good as mine. Yep. I'm fully with you. I would have had France in there as well. And Danny Baggish is on the march here. That's another 89 finish to go with that big fish. He's turned this one around, has the gambler.
Slow start, but has now brought it up to 84, the average. He was lurking around late 60s after about leg 2, beginning of leg 3. So he's really upped it here, has Danny Baggish. 140 start in this leg. And he's really turned the screw against Stu Wilson. This is on Wilson's throw. He's only kicked off for a 40, so already a great break chance in this one. And at 5-3 will be thrown for the match. And the 6-3 victory on the scoreline looked much more comfortable than the encounter actually was.
Yeah. CBJE, I'll do whatever the hell I like, and this is a real job.
If it's not a real job, can I inform the tax man?
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's a real job, but it's not really work, is it?
No. I know. We get to do something we love. Thibaut Tricol is 1 away, 5-1 up now against Roby John. This is disappointing from Roby, only averaging 79 and getting an absolute tonking from Tricol.
And in World Cup week as well.
Oh.
Partner up with Mensa, last year's finalists, remember?
Yeah. Samuel said, board 15 looks insane. Yes, it does. Alan Suter has a leg on the board against Brian Roman.
Tell you, I'm intrigued to see today. But warming up on board 14, following on from his antics on Saturday night, Robert Owen. He was excellent.
And I mean this in the nicest possible way. That is a great tie for both players.
Mm-hmm. Both will fancy the job there.
Yeah, look, Robert Owen's playing some good stuff, and he's missed out on one of the big guns. David Evans needs wins, and also he's missed out on one of the top seeds as well. So both players will like that draw.
And of course, Robert Owen's free rolling. Doesn't matter. Anything he gets this week are just bonuses.
Yeah.
Is it? Matt Edgar says it may not be quote for quote, but it's basically free money that he's nicking off the pros.
Yeah. Baggish 72 points away, and he's gone on the rampage in this game, just reeling off legs in a row.
If you probably take out the first 3 legs, I reckon the average would be probably a bit more towards 94, 95.
Yeah, he's played some good stuff. Where's Dennis Ovens? Probably at home with his feet up, happily retired, I'd say. Thibaut Tricol has gotten the job done, as has Danny Baggish on the feature game.
Also, we have Brian Roman within one of the match against Alan Suter. Been a little bit of second season syndrome for Suits. Fantastic first year on tour. That hasn't quite happened second time round. 5-1 down to Brian Raman. And we can see on the feature game, we are seeing Czech Republic against Wales. Adam Gavlas against Jim Williams. And it looks as if Williams is looking set to get a breaker throw in the opening leg of the match. Wants 1, 2, 4 to do it. And he's going to get 6 darts to do it because Gavlas could only hit 25 in that last turn to leave 185 after 12. So poor opening leg that for the Czech. And Williams, check that out.
Get one. Are you any good at darts? I used to be, but now, no.
We should have a filler game, shouldn't we, in between the third, fourth place playoff on Saturday or something.
The way Robert Owens darts landing the board at Widge, yeah, he does. He's stack attack for a reason.
And it's interesting when you I don't know whether you did. I think you did the final as well that week that when Robert was involved. I commentated on, and sometimes you just have to check twice to see where that dart goes in when Robert plays.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting one. I didn't know this because obviously late getting here, but Gaulas was seeded for the first time today.
Yes, he's number 32, which good for him. I think when you see things like that starting to tick over your name, you know you're developing the right way, you're doing the right things, and you're heading in the right direction. And Adam Gavlas was definitely doing that and is only going to get better, you think?
Yeah. Louis Williams has turned it around against Jermaine Watamina. He's now 3-2 to the good. He did trail 2-1 back-to-back legs. I can't call him the Prince of Wales. Just not having it.
There's only one Prince of Wales in your mind, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Good old Prince Charles.
Jeffrey Dejuan has beaten Mike De Decker 6-4 on board 7. Tidy enough from JDZ.
Needs these wins. Big time.
To be fair, though, you'd fancy him to go and get his tour card back in the European Q School, though. The way he's qualified for the Euro Tours and everything like that, you'd fancy him to go and do it.
You would, but as we know, to a certain extent still it's a lottery.
Yeah, completely.
Okay. I mean, obviously he gets the advantage because he would have just lost his tour card. He gets to stage 2 and he has to avoid the first couple of days. But if you can keep it, I mean, there's a two-way argument for it, isn't there? Where if you keep it, you're fighting a battle again the next year. Whereas if you lose it and gain it back, you get a 2-year free hit. But you still just wouldn't want to go through the stress of it, would you?
No. Damien Mull has beaten Gordon Mathers 6-4 as well. Board 5, that one's just in.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, oh, go on, mate.
I was going to say, a bit of a fall off from Jules Van Dongen. He came into this season with a huge billing, the way he blitzed his way through Q School with big averages, but just starting to struggle. He trails Ron Moolenkamp 3-0, only averaging 83. It's not going to cut it in the Pro Tour.
No, it's not. And obviously he's quite new still to the game to a certain extent. And I think we see it a lot with American and Canadian players where because they do a lot of traveling as they travel to and from the States and whatever. The first year sometimes can be a false reflection of their true game, and maybe it sometimes takes to year two, maybe towards the end of year two of their tour card, when they're actually chasing to keep their status, do we actually see the darts that we saw from them to actually gain the tour card in the first place?
Yeah.
Brian, a man who also got his tour card this year. He is a 6-2 victor against Alan Suter. He has got over the line in that opening game of the day for him.
Yeah, and again, board 4, the Adam Hunt, Jimi Hendrix game is swinging like a pendulum. Hunt led, Hendrix went in front, and now Hunt is back in front with only a maximum of 2 to play.
Yeah, a bit of a swing in the averages, 93 to 87. Steve West, another man who needs big runs in these Pro Tour events. 5-2 in front against Peter Hudson. So just one away from victory there. And to get money on the board today, needs money on the board, you sense, in pretty much most events this year. That's how much he will be chasing. Barry Van Peer on away at 5-3 against Boris Kirchmar. Jermaine Waterman now 4-3 up on Louis Williams. And Robert Owen 2-0 up on David Evans. Not the highest quality affair, that one. Owen in front nonetheless. And warming up, Vincent van der Voort up against Kevin Burness. Andrew Gilding takes on James Wilson. Do like the look of this one on board 7 because it's a game that both players really do need to win. That's Simon Whitlock against Ian Wright.
Yeah, also Kevin Burness has taken the opener against Vincent van der Voort.
I think when we saw Kevin at the Live League last year, he got his tour card, we were thinking, I'm expecting him to really make a statement. Hasn't quite worked out so far, I don't think.
No.
But it has worked out for Barry Van Peer because with a 99.66 average, he has beaten Boris Kirchmar of Croatia by 6 legs to 3 on board 10. So he is through to the last 64. He has money on the board on this Tuesday in Niedhausen. So we got Nenches 5-3 up on Joe Mernon. Nenches again, another player could do with a run in these events.
Oh, interesting. We are going to have someone dropping by. I've just had a WhatsApp.
Is that one of those meet round my room in about 10 type texts?
You know, have the casual, I'm going to drop by. Yeah, also, Gobbers in the background has put it on the screen. Massive thank you. We have hit the 25k sub mark. Unfortunately, probably at the worst time possible because we've got a great giveaway, but they're sat in my front room. I won't be home till Monday. But we have got a fabulous giveaway to come. We were hoping it was going to be when we were at home so we could do it. But don't worry, everyone. Fantastic giveaway. 2 prizes to give out, and they are beauts. And yes, Gob, you will want one of them. Oh, a man that is in Niederhausen as well. Stu Wilson says, afternoon all. I'm just going to go and get the door.
I knew you coming off the lift.
Is it echoey, is it?
Yeah. I don't want the left. I thought this is the direction we're going.
Plonk yourself down there and I'll grab this one.
This how the other half live, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it sleeps, yeah.
No.
It's the first thing you do when you get to Germany, you're jumping on the sweets.
Straight off the board, everyone, and we are joined by prime time himself, Matthew Edgar.
Hello.
You ran into one there a bit. The Asp
He played well, didn't he? Yeah.
played a bit good, didn't he?
Yeah, he played well. And the thing was, he was a bit sloppy at times, I thought, as well. And he comes up like 903.
Yeah.
And you think, wow, the injury's definitely gone, hasn't it? It's not a worry for him anymore.
No, he's back to somewhere near his best.
Yes, definitely. The thing was, when I got the draw, I knew it was Zach saying, remember he's got that injury. I made a final with an injury.
Yeah.
In the Pro Tour. Let's forget the injury.
Same as the Gezi Prize broken hand. That you won a Pro Tour with a broken hand.
Yeah. You don't draw into these little bits of, there might be a little bit weak at times because
Yeah, absolutely. Other than that, mate, how are you?
I was good until about 20 minutes ago. But yeah, good. Yeah, it's busy, which is fantastic.
How was the trip to the Dutch Open?
There's so much I want to say about the Dutch Open, but
I know what you mean.
I'll save a lot of it for another time.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a time and a place to say bits.
There's bits that they do really, really well. Really, really well. And then there's bits that you just think...
This sounds very much like my Lakeside experience this year as well.
Yeah. So much is really good.
Yeah.
And if you just tweak it, you'll have a really, really good system and a really good event.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to organise an event for 2,000 people. So I get that side of it as well. But I've been spoiled. My darts, I went from nothing to the PDC. Been on the PDC for this is 11 years. I've been playing darts, sort of. And, even when I've come off of that, I've done things like the Live League, which is ran absolutely brilliantly. So then to go to that, it was like, you can see the differences and the bits where you go, have you ever thought about changing that? And they probably have. It's manpower as well.
Yeah, of course.
So it's hit and miss.
Speaking of the Live League, the new venue is starting to take shape.
Right, okay, looking forward to that.
Unreal.
Yeah, looking forward to that. You say there's a crowd?
That's the plan, yeah.
Yeah, I love a crowd.
Yeah. Walk-ons, the lot.
Yeah, I love a crowd, I love a microphone. So,
they're
things I like.
It's looking good, as you can say. This is the hotel setup. It's not the glamorous one we use at home, but this is it works.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to stitch you up and bringing in like a mankini or point. Is this yours, Bill? But I thought, when am I going to get one of them last minute other than Zach's suitcase? So, we're literally just down the bit. So I thought, I'll pop in, have a look, see what's going on. See some of the games. Because obviously when you're down there, you don't get to see all the games going on all the time.
No.
Like Gary Blake's 5-5. Gary Blake's literally got told last night he was in the airport. Gary Blake was in the airport and he literally got told that he booked a late flight deliberately from the Dutch Open in case he got a late call-up.
Yeah.
He messaged in saying, will I get called up? There was like, I'm not sure. And he's now, if he wins this, he's covered his costs, which is another side of things. I always say with the Pro Tour, there's 128 different stories.
Yeah.
There's one. If he wins this, he's covered his costs. £750.
We were saying, obviously, that last night James Wade was playing.
Yes.
So, again, that is a ridiculously late call.
He was in breakfast this morning. I went for breakfast at like 10 to 9, and he was there having breakfast.
So he actually made it here as well.
Yeah, he's here, yeah. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, because I know Johnny's going to play tomorrow, or that was the plan. He was never going to play today, but Johnny was going to play tomorrow to get his arm in for the World Cup.
Yeah,
and everything like that. And I'd say I knew James was on an early flight to get in here, but I just presumed he's just gone.
Yeah, but he was up this morning. I was surprised, but yeah.
Yeah, again, Stu Wilson talking about Robert Owen absolutely flying in the Live League last week and doing the business in round one.
100 averages. I saw Robert Owen banging in last week.
We were saying you're a darts connoisseur like me.
Yeah.
How do his darts go where he wants them to at that stupidly?
I don't know.
Because everyone thinks they don't just sit like that. They're at a cot
with the standing flight.
Yeah.
I don't. So he grips it so far down the front.
Mad, isn't it?
But yeah, how he puts them in. But then again, if you've got a dart like that, If you're playing well, you're going to play well. If you get that first dart on that bottom half of the bed and stack on top of that, lovely. It's if he starts just over pitching slightly, you're going to. That's why you'll see Robert do 107 followed by 79.
Yeah.
How can anyone do that? It's just how that's land, isn't it? So
we're seeing that a lot at the moment, even from the very, very top right the way down. That players aren't backing up, like you say. There's a big game, and then there's a massive drop off all the way across right now.
That's the difference, isn't it? Consistency.
Yeah,
that's the difference between all of the games that are going on right now. Even just that sort of consistent basis. I keep looking because I'm just saying this too. I kind of want Gary to get this one. I like a story, I like a journey, and it'd be nice for him to, he's really committed to being here, and he's been sort of booking his flights around and delaying about getting here. So
we were saying, do we know if Jeff Smith has his darts?
He does have darts, yes. So he put the darts in his hand luggage, I believe. So he's got darts.
He did well to get them through.
Yeah, I believe the thing is, I think you take the points out of it because it's to do with the measurement of the sharpness.
So you basically just have a repointer on your darts.
Yes. So if you take the points out, as long as your points aren't over a certain length, you can put the point through. And you can take the darts through as barrels only without points in. So it's a really technical rule. So no one quote me on this if you watch it.
So Simon Whitlock's got no chance for the length of his points.
No, he's never getting through. Gary's won. Gary has won.
It's a good result.
5. So that's a brilliant result for him because, like I say, that covers his extra costs that he's now going to have from coming over here. It was a 5-hour train journey. He left the airport, did a 5-hour train journey to get here.
I know that feeling.
Yes. And I literally spoke to him about a day ago, and I was like, "Oh, are you in?" No, I'm not here. I'm not here. Sort of thing. I walked in this morning. He sat there. I'm like, no way. And even then, there's a buy today, isn't there? Luke Humphries has got a buy.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Man, again, Graham Usher last week on the live league played some really good stuff as well. That match practice that people are getting is just pivotal right now.
We spoke about this down in Southampton.
Yeah.
We're saying it's invaluable and how that sort of bottom 64 needs to be a little bit more looked after. In terms of the tool. But the thing is, I'll say that because I'm looking at it from a player's point of view. And I'll give them my opinion as a player's point of view. And they'll probably give it as an organisational point of view. And their point of view will probably include many different...
Like the golf at the moment as well.
I don't watch the golf, to be honest. Ever since I got on the clown hole and it came down with the teeth, I've never really enjoyed the game. But just is 2-0 down despite it in 96. Welcome to the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
I didn't see that either, actually.
No.
And I'm normally, if there's a bit of aggro, I'm normally right there.
Even you've missed this one. Stu's on the case.
Normally, like, if there's aggro, I'm there just out of the way, but just looking in. As that guy. I'm not.
You saw everything that was going on and then...
Yeah, just having a little look. just describing so I'm not involved, but just so I can see it all. I'm that person.
So on yourself, the Pro Tour, still trying to pinch a quid here and there, but how's the prep for the important ones? So you like the Challenge Tour and everything?
Good. I'd say good. I've got an appointment Monday. That's going to be a good one for me. I have said for ages, my body is absolutely brutalised.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, right? We've seen a lot more injuries in deaths.
Massive, ridiculously.
And I'm feeling more and more as I go. Now, a lot of mine's down to wrestling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, MMA, all those stupid decisions I made when my body wasn't fully developed. And I said, I'm going to go do this.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like a really good idea. You're 18, you go to the club, of course you want to be in the boxing. Of course you do. And it seems like a great idea at the time. And as you get older, but then the other thing is like dart injuries I've never thought of. So I've got an appointment with someone who's meant to be an absolute genius at like realignment and fixing the body and things. Because it's like even my neck, it's something you don't think about. Like when you're turning to face the board all the time, like if I want to turn that way, it's absolutely fine. If I turn that way, I stop here.
Repetitive trap nerve somewhere or something.
Something will stop, and I can't. Literally, my neck goes so stiff and tight. And that's as far as I can look to that side without really having to sort of force it round. Even that's starting to fall. So that I will say is something that I should have thought of before. I should have looked at, because we all do it. We look at that crisis point. We look at that point of when something's gone wrong, how do I fix it, rather than how do I prevent it from getting to that point. And I've done it the wrong way around. Anyone asks me for advice, I tell them the opposite way back.
Jonathan says, can't have Matt and Phil in the same room without talking about wrestling.
I didn't realise you were wrestling.
I've always loved it.
Right, okay.
Went to SummerSlam '92 as a kid.
Yeah. I've got tickets for the Clash of the Castle.
I'm not here, I don't think.
Right.
So I think that's Budapest weekend.
Okay. That's a good thing about not being Raw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, love a bit of wrestling. Gutted that CM Punk's injured.
Yes, Danielson's injured.
Cody Rhodes'
Cody
muscle
Rhodes.
is just that's ridiculous that he
He's
wrestled.
what, 6 months?
Yeah.
Probably going to be out. Probably win the Rumble.
Yeah.
Be back to win the Rumble.
When's Reigns going to lose the title? Because don't get me wrong, for the last year he has been the ultimate heel, but you can't keep this going much longer. I don't think it's going to run its course.
I think now he's gone part-time, it allows him to go longer. I think it allows you, because like Hell in a Cell, you could get away without defending the belt.
Yeah.
So it takes the focus off him and having that big run. And then when you want that story, you can put it in on SummerSlam and all this big story of the belt. So, yeah, probably Mania. I mean, I'm expecting something to happen at Clash of the Castle.
Yeah.
Will Drew McIntyre beat him for the belt? That something big's got to happen, and now you're missing Cody. Something's got.
Will they split them again? Because you can have one part-time champion, but when they're both part-time, it doesn't really sit.
I think now they're looking at breaking the draft extension. I think that's where you've now got to look at them. Just say one champion. You can't split it too much. If everyone's a champion, no one's a champion.
Yeah.
Which is my aggro with darts.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner with something. You know, everyone's a champion of something. Does the MC stand on stage and announce anyone as not being a winner of something? It's very, very rare.
You can always tell. Johnny Mac's get out of jail if they haven't. World Cup star.
Yeah.
That's his he's a World Cup star.
Yeah, definitely. But like the Premier League, especially, it was everyone was a winner or something.
Yeah.
Which a Premier League you can get that, but put that in the Phil Taylor era.
Yeah.
There was a man to beat. Put that in the Manchester United era. When United lost, it made headlines. But now,
well, Michael not winning a major for 21 months or whatever it was.
Yeah. And I do think darts needs that guy. I don't know who it's going to be, but it needs someone. It needs the regular winner.
Well, we were saying it's worrying for the rest of the field that they're letting Michael win again when he's not playing well. That's a worry for me.
My worry is this operation. It's not the success rate of the operation isn't as high or as guaranteed as you'd want it to be. I looked it up and it was like 1 in 10 have complications at the end of the surgery. 1 in 10. 10% chance that something's going to do it. That is, I'd probably overrate it because the percentages we deal with within darts, but 10% chance of something potentially going wrong or a complication or a longer recovery period. That's a concern.
I think he's a risk of not playing the match play.
I don't think he's there at all. Yeah. I would be absolutely amazed if he's at the match play.
Chatting to him right now, that is still the goal. He still believes right now, obviously, he's under the anaesthetic as we speak.
Yeah.
But yesterday, he still believes he can make the match play. I'm not convinced.
I don't believe for a second.
But he still believes he can go to the match play.
I wouldn't. If I was in his position, I would 100% believe it because that's what I want to believe. Would I believe it because that's what I think is going to happen? No. I would be. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to go too into depth with it and say I'll do this if it was, because I've dropped myself in it many times with that before, and I've had to do some very stupid things. So, but yeah, I'd very much expect it.
Interesting.
I can't see it. And if he is, he's going to be nowhere near 100%.
Oh, there'll be no match practice.
No.
At all. He's just going there and throwing off memories and seeing.
Yeah. Wishing and hopeful. And when you're hopeful, that could then possibly damage future event, because that's going to start creeping into your thought pattern, that hopefulness, that feeling of helplessness at times. And yeah, I can't.
Interesting. Right, where are we on games at the moment? Henry, you still all right there, mate?
I should have gone and made a cup of tea, shouldn't I, during that?
I was waiting for mine here. I thought Phil would have one ready for me, a couple of biscuits.
some Diet Cokes and more.
A couple of biscuits lined up, like some rich tea or something.
You know, Phil, it'd be Monster energy drinks or nothing at all.
To be fair, the caffeine crash later is going to be huge.
I am predicting at what stage of this stream we just see Phil collapse to the floor.
I tell you what, this guy, Matt Campbell, he is throwing some incredible stuff, and he knows it as well. If you want to ask about someone who's really confident in the practice room, Matt Campbell.
He just, again, on the floor, amazing. Just needs to learn how to take that floor game onto the TV, because the TV appearance we've seen of late, I've been disappointed because I know how well he's playing.
Yeah. World Cup, he's in that next week, isn't he?
Jeff Smith, yeah. They're a danger. We were saying earlier, I really like the look of Team Poland. Litatsky and Bilowetsky.
Yeah.
I think
that. Have they got Canada?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, mate.
Yeah, the winner of that goes on and does good things. Martin Newkman again, averaging 98, a man that is playing really well right now.
Yeah. When you're winning, it feels easy. He's a seed now, and that's in seed. You know, if you would have looked at the stats after a year, you'd say Martin would lose his card after the year.
It was interesting what he said, though, that he packed his job up and went, I can't work and be a dart player.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he's given it everything and we're seeing the results.
Yeah. It's a very fine balance, because I've spoke to many people, like obviously I do things like YouTube, things like that. For me, that's great, because I can't just be a dart player. I just can't wake it, because the thing that people realise about darts is it's a very lonely job. Yeah. You get up, your missus gone to work. Okay, right, then she comes in. You can't just throw darts all day. No. And then, right, they come back. Your mates are at work. Okay, right, they come back. So you want to spend time with the missus, but your mates are off now. Okay, weekend comes round. I'm off playing tournaments. They're off. So they're off out doing different bits. I'm off out playing tournaments. Yeah. And you never really spend that sort of quality time as such. So having another thing going on and that little bit of distraction is always a good thing. And I speak to a lot of people that have really found that to be well. Like John Clayton, for example, he's a great example of having a distraction. Where Wayne Marder, talk about the opposite. Wayne Marder, if you think about the career, I mean, there's loads of people that make jokes about Wayne Marder. Yeah, absolute legendary dart player, possibly one of, you know, at the time, one of the best players at the time. Yeah, especially when he switched over to PDC. Yeah. Match play runner-up straight away, Las Vegas Desert Classic. You know, really, really good runs in those sort of events. Then he gave up the job, and darts became everything. Changes everything. When you've got a win to pay the bills, or when the only thing that you've got in your day, because you'll know what it's like. You'll sit at work and you'll be doing your job, and you'll say, "Oh, I can't do something darts." Yeah, and then you've got excitement, and that flips to, "Oh, I suppose that's something darts."
In fact, like Ryan Meikle still loves cutting hair.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's where I love what I do. So I absolutely love the YouTube, and I love coaching. I just wish I could still. I could never do what I, because one of the things I absolutely hate it, is when people say, is the YouTube a bit of a distraction to you? Do you think you'd be better without the YouTube? No, because actually, if I didn't have YouTube, and I weren't doing all the other bits that I'm doing, and I wasn't doing all the other ventures I've got, my profession is I'd be a teacher. And I would be working in a school, and I wouldn't be getting the time off in the middle of the week like now to come and play darts in the first place. Yeah. Because my qualifications are to teach. Yeah. PE. So it really bugs the life out of me when people say that side of things. So it's my biggest bugbear. The amount of people that I just see like block.
We were saying, was that part of Duz's problem?
What, the changing over?
Giving up work?
Does I've spoken to him just this morning, and he's in a very happy place.
Oh, I speak to him a lot as well, and right now he's as happy as I've seen him.
But he started coaching.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's given a different focus on life. It's not get it right. Because the other thing is, when you're doing this, you're looking for when the next thing is for something entertaining coming up. And you're like, right, I've got a tournament in 11 days. And it's a countdown. 11 days, 10 days, 9 days, 8 days, 7 days. Oh, travel there. And then you get here, and that's everything. Where when you've got a busy calendar, it just all falls into place nicely. So,
yeah. Scott Mitchell absolutely battering Merv King, averaging 104.
Talk about a guy who needs to really believe more in himself.
Scott Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He talks himself down so much. I don't get it. He can throw some quality stuff, but he's almost trying to convince himself that he belongs here all the time. And I just don't understand it.
Chat room is nice and busy as always. Belgium fans are in. And so Genius starts at afternoon. Spud King is all over the wizard. Simon Whitlock.
I don't know Graham Rusher, by the way. It's not like 19 stone. He lives in Scarborough.
Oh, everything fried.
Yeah. I went to Scarborough about 2 months ago, and they've got the Harbour Bar, all homemade ice cream, and you can get a cone that is literally huge, full with whippy ice cream. $4.99.
Henry would be all over that.
Oh, we have a lint shop down Gunwharf where I am, and we've got basically it's a lint shop, and they got lint ice cream. So literally lint chocolate done as a Mr. Whippy. Oh, that's dangerous.
I've just seen a junior starts there, so did Baggish play well today? I actually marked that game. Danny Baggish, I spoke to Baggish afterwards, and Danny Baggish, look at the back end of the game.
Yeah, so first 3 legs was horrific. Yeah. And then he flipped a switch.
And I said to him, I don't know what he was doing. I practiced with Baggish because obviously he lives not too far from me. He's in the UK. I said, I don't know what he was doing, but the first couple of legs, it was so slow. He'd throw a dart, and then I was waiting for the dart, and I was almost like trying not to look back at him because I didn't want to move as the marker. But I was trying to look like as he walked back to the table, is there something wrong? He was that slow at throwing his dart. And then when he went, I think, 3-1 down, it was almost like he got angry, and he just started throwing. And I'm like, that's the Baggish pace.
Yeah.
And he started playing better. And I said to him afterwards, like, what on earth was you doing in the first legs? And he's like, well, what did you think I was doing? I was like, you was just going really, really slow. And he's like, I don't know why. Because people tell me that all the time. Because it's not deliberate, it just happens. And I'm like, just go with it. It's that roller coaster theory again, isn't it? You know, you go up the hill, and if you had a button to get you off the roller coaster would go over the hill 90% empty every time. Because people would bottle it and press that button and get off the roller coaster. Just go with it. And hopefully they'll pick it up in the next game.
One for you here, mate.
Yeah.
Have you got any coaching availability?
I will have, I think it's not till like August, I don't think. If you drop me a message on social media, I'll be able to get back to you on that one. But my availability at the moment is quite booked. I'm heavily booked at the moment. But yeah, if you drop me a message on social media, I'll be able to get back to you pretty quickly, actually, because I've got all afternoon to lay in bed and try and figure something out. So I'll be able to get my diary out and try and work things out. That's the benefit of getting whopped in the first round, I suppose. You get to sort your diary out.
Yeah. Scott Williams, a man that will win his tour card.
Yes. I like Scott as well because I like a guy with confidence. Scott Williams, he's full of it. He's full of it. And he doesn't need to be playing well to feel confident.
No, he's a confident lad.
I don't like people that are only confident if the darts are landing where they want them to be. If you're confident even in the dart time, the bad time, if things aren't going well, if they're not landing where you want them to, you can still keep that confidence, that belief. Then you truly do believe in what you're doing in yourself. Scott Williams, he could be averaging 70 right now, and I'll still tell you.
Even on the Pro Tour, on the Challenge Tour, has he still got this quirky thing that his last practice starts, he throws all 3 at once like he does in the live league?
I've noticed, right, he doesn't do that all the time. Right? He does that against people who are players he probably respects. And me and Scott have spoken at length about things in the past. And I loved him for it. So, obviously, one of my qualifications is psychology. And we spoke at length before he went to his first European tour. I want to be Peter Wright. Yeah. And we spoke about things back beforehand. I says to him, I'm giving away loads of free tips here. I says, one of the worst things you can do is before a game, it's those last words you say to your opponent. Most people, good game, all the best, mate. You don't want my best. When you shake my hand and we're playing a game, you don't say all the best, truly believing you want my best. So in a way, when you say that, it bigs me up. I said, what you need to do is you need to shake their hand, look them straight in the eye and say, good luck. And leave it at that. I said, because that is basically saying, good, you're not going to beat me. Good luck, all the best. Yeah. Good luck, but look them straight in the eye and say, good luck. And we played each other about 3 days afterwards. And he shook my head and went right into my face and went, good luck. And I was like, yes. I was like, Scott, I love you for that. But then I also counted it and I said, it doesn't quite work if you do that to the person that told you that, because now I'm sort of in your head already that you really need to play me like that. And, we spoke before after events and, I've managed to get a few good psychological games into things at times. But that was my favourite. I absolutely loved that good luck from Scott Williams.
Got the Barney army in. Barney's going to win today. I like... no, Gezi not playing at all. He's going straight to Frankfurt for the World Cup.
Actually, practicing with Barneveld today, this morning, about half an hour or so, and it looks like he's changed his darts again. I don't know what they are that he was throwing.
I didn't like the ones he was throwing. They looked...
I didn't like these.
Oh, we'll have to see.
Yeah, they've got like a scallop at the back of the dart, and when they went in the air, they were going lovely and flat, and then the flight would dip out, and they were sort of landing in a bit tailored.
Well, he went through that stage of wanting to stack them like Taylor, didn't he?
Yes. And it looks like he's trying to go through that again. So it'd be interesting to see how it translates in the game. I don't think he's played yet. But yeah, I wasn't enjoying the way the darts was flying. He'll go average 110 now and show me right.
Yeah. But he averaged 104, I think, in his first round game.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else have we got in here? Genius. Again, that wouldn't be a shock to see David Hatter pick up a Pro Tour title with the form he's in.
I mean, when you talk about people next year as potential for the Premier League, you've got to look at it.
I don't see it. If they stick with 8, I don't see it.
I mean, they are going to stick with that form, aren't they? What he said, so.
They might. I'd still like to see more players, as we've spoken about many times. But let's be fair, the only guaranteed casualties, in my opinion, is Gary.
Yeah,
that's the only guaranteed out of that 8 that I don't see in next year's at the moment.
Yeah,
a lot can change across the season, but let's be fair. Price, MVG, right, nailed on.
Yeah.
Wade, you'd have in that bracket. He's always going to be in the question.
Yes.
Michael Smith's top 4 at the moment. I don't see that changing particularly. So again,
just seeing a comment there actually, saying Danny Noppert, UK Open champion.
Sadly, doesn't tick enough boxes. Yeah. But I've said for a minute, people struggle to understand it. The Premier League, it's not just ability. Are you good? That is one box.
Yeah.
But there is a whole other list of boxes that you need to tick to be a Premier League player.
You're essentially trying to sell tickets to arenas. These are the same arenas. Like, I find it mad that darts is in venues, and I think, well, what's wrestling there?
Yeah.
And I think, like, just the size of the different promotions at the moment, they're selling the same building out. And yeah, you've got to make sure you've got the right players in there. Well, especially this format, because how many times do you want to see the same people play all the time? They've got to at least be interesting players.
From 2-0 down, vintage Richie Burnett, 13-13-12.
Richie Burnett is if people ever say, do you not like playing anyone, it's Richie Burnett. Because he's a pain in the backside to play, but he's good.
Yeah.
And that's the worst combination of anybody. I don't know what's happened here. I just literally saw Lucas Wenning, because he's someone I always keep an eye on, because his body structure always amazes me. He clearly goes to the gym, but he looks like he's been blown up with air, because he's absolutely massive. But it's like, it's a weird structure when you look at him. And like, he was on like 110 or something. He's dropped down to like an 88 in the space of a leg.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, obviously I was lucky enough to be in New York.
Yes.
That Fallon gets a lot of shit on social, needlessly. But if only these people that do it could have been there and seen the reaction that she got. Literally, we did a media day, and there was 8 world championships between all these players. Not one journalist was interested. It was the hype around Fallon was unreal. I've never seen anything like it.
I think a lot of the time she's unfairly treated. And the reason I say that is because I think a lot of the time when you read, because I say that, I read it, because I want to be in touch with her, I read through it all. A lot of the time, the hate isn't towards Fallon as an individual, it's the system that's making Fallon. They don't like the way that she's presented rather than the fact of who it is. And she wrongly is the face of that system. And because of she's the face of that system, she gets that.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I say, it's not her fault. I saw an interview she did where she was like, "Oh, I only want to take this opportunity." Yeah. If you rang me and said, "Do you want to come to New York to play darts?"
She got anyone.
I would have swam.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd have got a dinghy out because I've got tired halfway. You know, I can't do the whole thing. It's a long way. I've done half of it. Got tired. Got the dinghy out, blown that up, and I'd have probably rode the rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. And anybody would take that opportunity. But with that, it then becomes Nathan Aspinall didn't get a chance to defend his title. John Henderson's getting a chance to defend his title at the World Cup. But it is the next part about that, isn't it? I know a lot of people wanted to see John Henderson defend the title. But did John Henderson win the title, or did Scotland win the title?
Well, we had this conversation earlier. What happens if Holland win the World Cup this year?
Yeah. We've seen it before, and they don't replicate it.
No.
You know, this is one of the things that's interesting about it. That there's so many questions where there's not an element of consistency. Jim Williams qualified for the Lakeside and the Ali Pali. They had to choose. Suzuki didn't have to choose. She could play the Lakeside and the Ali Pali.
But that was
Sherritt got the chance to play the Lakeside and the Ali Pali.
That was the WDF side, though, not the PDCs.
Yes, and this is what I mean about, like, I think so. As we get that, we get the different organisations, the different rules, the different codes, but the viewer at home doesn't see or doesn't understand who's saying what or who's saying what can't happen. Barry Hearn wrongly gets a lot of flack for it. The amount of people that tag Barry Hearn in it, like, but what about this? What about this? But it's not Barry Hearn that's making these decisions.
No.
But he gets tagged in so many of these things. His block list must be, maybe some more people blocked than other dinners.
Yeah. What else have we got coming on? Matt, where's Ryan?
At home. Do you know what, right? Ryan has one of the busiest schedules in darts at the moment. He's literally, I've just been asked this morning to cover a couple of weeks of his exhibitions, but I'm down in the live league, so I can't do it. And he wants a bit of time off because Ryan is probably the biggest family man going. He loves his family. If I'm sharing with Ryan, he'd be in bed now, if he FaceTime his kids. Yeah, loves his family. So he wants that time. This one, though, I think he's got it wrong. He is £4,000 out of the seeding for the World Match Play.
I was about to say that. He's on that cusp.
And the difference between being in that pot or that pot, massive.
And with a lot of the bigger lads not here and focusing on the World Cup, there's a huge opportunity.
Oh, he could win one of these easy.
To pick up some some good ranking points, as
Yeah.
Ronnie O'Sullivan would say.
Ranking. Definitely. I think Ryan doesn't get a lot wrong because he's always got the ability to pull himself out of a sticky situation. But if I was him, I would not be missing this one. I think this one he's got wrong. And like I say, the difference between that pot or that pot. If he goes and draws going price or something now and throws 100 average and loses, this weekend could have been a mistake when you look back at it.
Yeah, because that last block, they'll all be there.
Yeah. What have we got now? We've got 3 Pro Tours and 1 Euro Tour.
4 Pro Tours tomorrow. Block of 3.
Oh, yeah, well, he's not in tomorrow.
Yeah.
So he'll be
playing
playing
3 in the Euro Tour.
He'll be in the Euro, but again, if he doesn't win that first game,
He doesn't count.
he doesn't get any prize money at all. If he does win that first game, but then again, I think it's Danny Noppert who's just above him at the minute.
Yeah.
So
again, Luke Humphries recently has just catapulted himself into that.
Brilliant, yeah. They're the 2 players that I've been sort of highlighting for a long time. Luke Humphries.
I think, I don't know this by the way, this is my theory. I think Luke gets the World Series in Amsterdam because there's no way Michael plays in it.
I don't think Barnabas.
No.
Okay. I heard Barnabas having a conversation in Dutch today, and the World Series did come up, but my Dutch isn't strong enough.
He's
And
not happy.
He wasn't. Yeah,
he
wasn't pleased.
But in the PDC's defence, the way they've picked the 8 Dutch representatives is fair, and he's not in that top 8.
No. Yeah.
So he can't really moan.
No.
The 2 scenarios for me would be you bump Noppert up to a seed and bring Barney in, or you leave them as they are, MVG pulls out, and you just replace him with someone else. And I think the PDC love Luke.
See, the thing is, when we talk about, let me just say the lack of consistency. Alan's in as being a person who is of high profile. In Holland, Barnabas is someone of high profile, but you're leaving him out based on rankings. And this is what I mean, where I say that she's wrongly the face of that.
I'm not sure.
And it's not her fault. She becomes the face of that sort of, why ain't Barnabas in but there? Why aren't this person in but that? And all these arguments seem to always fall down to it. Yeah, it's a shame.
I may be wrong with this. I don't know. And again, I'm just surmising.
Yeah.
I can't help but think the PDC may have the hump, but they gave Barney the grand farewell.
Yeah.
And he came back.
Yeah.
And I
got a Premier League when he shouldn't have.
No way, you should have got it.
I'm glad you said it before. I did.
Let's be fair. Probably his last 2, if not 3. On seats and everything like that, and people love him, but just on what he'd done, no way.
See, that's always an interesting one as well. Like, when you hear people talk about the Premier League and like the selection of like this year, it was like, oh, but they need to put this person in because he sells tickets and this person sells tickets. It was sold out before the lineup was in and out. I think, and this goes back to my wrestling sort of side of things. I think the next stage for darts is that the organisation doesn't become the priority. Because at the moment, like I say, it was set up based on the fact it's the PDC Pro Tour, set up the PDC World Championship. And then whoever they see, they just see. I think until we get to the stage where players care about the result. So I went to the World Match Play on Sunday last year. So just stand in the crowd because I like to observe and experience it. And I stood at the back and I was watching. Player goes up 180. It was Ian White versus Darryl Gurney.
Yeah.
I watched Darryl Gurney at a 180. Everyone's whee. A couple of shots later, Ian White returned. Williams, whee. I thought,
big moment. But Williams back, Richie Burnett, 6'4" for the original Prince of Wales. That's a huge result.
Yes, it was quite funny actually. No, probably shouldn't tell that story actually. Yes, I'll leave that one out. I'll leave that one out. You forget sometimes that you're in the line.
Yeah. So many missing today, Jamie. Look, I just think some have chosen not to travel. because of the cost at the moment. That the cost of travelling is astronomical at the moment. So it's cost and reward. Midweek, some people still work. I think there's a whole list of reasons why they're only not here.
Yeah, midweek commitment as well, and it's 2 days. I think if there was a European Tour qualifier attached to this, you'd get everybody on the bottom side of that here. But I remember I saw, who was it who interviewed with Dave Darius? And he said like Josh Rock was saying that he couldn't get time off work.
Yeah.
To come to one of these events, and Barry was saying, "Oh yeah, big mistake." But on the other side, from the player's point of view, nothing beats a guarantee.
Oh yeah, of course.
And especially when you've like, I mean, I did it the hard way. I had 4 kids, you know, and did it the hard way. And if someone guaranteed me money to do one thing, or potentially could earn loads and unlimited potential by doing this way, you'd always have a guarantee.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I think Josh got into that at that point. But now, you know, he's probably getting guarantees soon. You know, he looks at like the World Championship, looks at the Players' Championship. Well, okay, I've got guarantees at the end of the year that will cover my losses for what I might do now.
You look at the Bobby George story, and I still love it. And everyone says, "Oh, why did you do that?" He was like, "Why would I go to a tournament when there's hundreds of good players, not guaranteed? Or I can go and do these 5 exhibitions 5 nights in a row for guaranteed."
Yeah.
And who's laughing? Anyone that's been to George Hall, no mortgage, owns it outright.
Yeah.
It's like, who's the silly one?
Yeah. I remember I was watching all you guys on Online Darts do a stream. Josh Rock, playing now. You did a stream at the back end of last year, and you was talking about players around my ranking and saying how much better we'd be without a tour card.
Yeah.
You're all right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're bang on. So much better off without a tour card, you know, financially.
So many more options for you. You're not restricted to you can only play in this.
Yeah.
Think about Scott Williams.
Yeah.
De facto tour card holder. Can play he's pretty much playing every Pro Tour this year and can play in everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the golden tour card.
Yeah.
Tour card, Challenge Tour, WF, Lively.
The ADC stuff looks really good now as well.
I've been impressed with some of the stuff they've got.
Yeah.
I've liked the look of some of it. I'd like to do it, but I just need no time to commit.
Yeah. No, it
looks, to go and play
it looks really, really good.
I seem to be the guy that always finds fault with everything straight off. But I would like to have seen their Big World Open, not on a caravan part that you have to book a caravan.
Yeah.
That's the downside.
But that's the way that you guarantee your sponsorship and everything like that, and the prize money. So it's double edged.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nightmare because...
Well, again, I don't mind saying it. There's no way. Henry's closure is, there's no way the WF should have gone back to Lakeside. The only reason they went back to Lakeside was because of the law of the prize money.
Okay.
It doesn't... Look, yes, it was a great venue. Not anymore.
Is Henry on the Lakeside?
He was working for the WDF, but he knows my feelings anyway, so I'm only joking with him.
Is Henry Lakeside bandwagon, is he?
I'll stay quiet on this one.
See, I'm going to disagree. I think the WDF needs a Lakeside.
See, I don't.
I think the WDF World Championship has no weight to it, has no aura about it without the Lakeside. But I think they need the Lakeside.
But with it, it's got no commercial pull.
That's the catch-21. But I think when you look at the history of the event, and you need the Lakeside for that.
But this is also my issue, that it was billed as, this is our first one, this is our inaugural tournament.
Yeah.
Then go and do something new.
Yeah.
Go and do something fresh. Yeah. Don't remind everyone of the car crash of the last 10 years of the BDO.
Yeah.
And because you think of that stage, you think of all the BDO World Champions and the tarnish that some of them got and the stick that some of them got. And without Bob Potter's prize money, where is the WDF World Championships?
Yeah, there's it's tough because there's so many things that I've spoke to different people and come up with these ideas and that. And I can imagine there's so many ways I would like to run it, but then you're like, I'd like to run it this way, but then would that be financially viable to run it that way? There's a commercial way, and then it's tricky. It's so tricky. I much prefer just being able to sit and analyze it. It's rather than trying to actually put it together. I'd rather sit and criticize it. That's
what I mean. There's a lot of people did a lot of good stuff behind the scenes at the WDF, but the venue just doesn't work for me anymore. It's had its day, and yes, don't get me wrong, there were some fabulous memories. I had some great memories going there as a kid, and that, but it's run its course for me. Ryan Meikle again. He's playing well at the moment, and he's one that's just outside that race for the match play, but could gate crash it with a couple of good runs. And Big Dev just can't buy a result at the moment.
I've not been able to follow the rankings as much, so saying Ryan Meikle's quite close to the match play. He's had a good year.
He's still got work to do, but he's played himself into contention.
Campbell is one that I expected a little bit more out of this year.
So he's got 10 grand to make up, but he was miles behind. He's put like 13 grand on that over the last recent months.
Yeah.
So with 4 to go, carries on that kind of form, like you said, with the jumping prize money.
Yeah,
it's.
See, what do you think about the new prize money structure? I've had this debate with a few people, and once I've had it with people, they sort of go, I didn't think of it.
For me, I wouldn't have increased the prize money at the top. I'd have brought it in. I know Gob's in the background listening as well, and I'm sure he'll say something in the chat room. For me, there should be 250 quid guaranteed, even if you lose.
Yeah.
Instead of increasing it at the top, increase the prize pool, and you can still sell like that. £16 million this year.
Yeah.
But guarantee something to at least cover people's travel. Yeah. Is the thing. So yeah, for me, it didn't need to go to the top. It needs to be distributed.
100%. I'm 100% behind that, because the first thing, you go to Q School, you pay 450.
Yeah.
You do all that expense, and you go there, you get your tour card. You've got all that excitement, and do you get a trophy? Do you get a prize check? You get an invoice. You owe us
250 quid. Is it
more money?
PDPA?
I think it's £150 extra. Yeah. It's like, here's an invoice. You now owe us money. Congratulations for winning. Oh, cheers! So I've won and I owe you. Yeah. So that's the first negative of it. I think until we get to a stage where you get a tour card and maybe £3,000 prize money to cover maybe a year's worth of costs, I think if you're not going to do that, then you need to have a first round losers prize, because essentially you're coming out here as a professional to do your trade and you get nothing. Imagine working at DHL and standing there and going, right, your pick rate today when you come in, we want a 2.5 pick rate. If you don't get a 2.5 pick rate, you're not getting paid. Everyone would turn around and go straight back out the door.
Interesting. Dobie's win today puts him over the 37 grand mark. I think that's safe. I think Dobie is now safe. I think there's only 3 left that can be caught.
Yes, because the European Tour, I looked at this actually recently. The European Tour, Mervyn King is the highest ranked player who's in that event. None of the others are in it.
No.
So it's worked out quite well for those.
So I think now Dobie's won his first round game today. I think he's safe.
Adrian Lewis ain't here, is he?
No.
And yet
it was a late pull out as well.
Right.
No, we don't know the reasons, but right now he's sweating.
Oh, that's not anything unusual, is it?
So yeah, that's the. No, I think Vincent. He always finds a way. I think he'll bridge that gap somehow. He just finds a way to get to.
He's always in there, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I saw him one a minute ago.
Yeah. So just go back to the.
We're saying about Josh Rock. He's losing 3-1 now.
Yeah, he's not developed today.
I've just seen that one there, Philip Wolf. There should be prize money for the first 2 rounds of the UK Open. Absolutely.
You qualify for the tournament.
Yeah. How can you go
it's a TV major.
Yeah.
No, it's a televised tournament.
A premium
PDC Premier event.
Because I didn't play any of the Riley's qualifiers this year, and a lot of people are like, why are you doing the Riley's? It's like, well, I've got to win 7 games at Riley's, and then go to the UK Open and win 2 or 3 matches before I've even won £1,000. It'll probably cost me £1,000 to get to that stage. So, yeah,
This is interesting. Stu's. DRA haven't released their notes yet, but I'm getting fined for speaking out against the organisation.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I suppose there's an element of bringing the game into distribute, as they say.
Or turning into North Korea that you can't.
You can't say things. I used to love that. I'm not going to lie. I used to really love watching the finalists.
Well, I know of some of the fines that have been dished out, and I want to see how they word them.
Yeah, they haven't released them though for
That's what I mean.
2 years or 3 years.
Like, everyone goes on about the Mickey Manson fine.
Yeah.
Now, I was at LA Pally that day. The fine was correct. The wording was poor.
Yeah.
I've got no issue with why he was fined and the amount he was fined and the reason. Bang on.
Yeah.
But the wording was piss poor from the DRA.
Yeah.
And there's a few of them that I know players have been fined. And I want to see how the DRA are wording them. For some reason, they're not putting them out.
They haven't put them out for a long time.
Yeah.
I think they've stopped releasing them. I think, which is a shame because I used to love reading.
Yeah.
I really do enjoy that.
But surely that they should put them out. If players are getting fined,
yeah,
that should be public knowledge.
You think so? Yeah.
The snooker ones get released still.
Yeah. I think some
That's
of the
just 2 pages of Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Oh, what a result. Big John Henderson beats Eddie Lovely. Or, sorry, medium-sized Hendo now. He's looking fabulous.
Tell you what, speaking of looking fabulous, I bumped into Colin Lloyd today.
Yeah, oh, unreal.
I'm like, where's the rest of you gone? I'm like, why have you only brought half of you?
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. He looks like 20 years younger.
Oh, yeah, Stu, don't worry. We know about that Dutchman.
Lucas Wennick as well. Interesting player, he is.
Yeah.
You've never seen not play a game around that 90 average game.
No.
Always around that mark.
One of my favourite moments at a Pro Tour was when a player lost to Zoran Lurchbacher, left the arena, went to the shop and bought him back a candy deodorant. I won't name the player that did it, but that was one of my favourite ones. Actually left the arena, went to a shop, came back and plonked it on his table in front of him.
I'll tell you what, right.
I'd like to see that on the DOA finalist.
I no longer want to throw darts. There's a lot of stories I need to tell.
Yeah, I won't name the player that did it, but it's genius. The fact he actually went away from the arena and then came back.
Yeah, there's a few stories I'd love to tell.
Yeah.
It's one of the things like the amount of players speak to him, they're like,
Yellow Klassen 3-1 behind the newly crowned Dutch Open champion.
That was my first ever WDF event. The Dutch Open. This weekend. What a different world.
Yeah,
so different. I won like 4 games, and they wanted me to mark after I've won. So one game, I played really well and wrapped it up in like 9 minutes. It was over in no time. It was like 13 darts, 11 darts, and 14 or 15, whatever it was. Really quick, bosh, done. And then I stood marking for 40 minutes, marking someone else's game, and I'm just like, why am I still there for 40 minutes when I've just won in like 9 or so? Now I've got to stand there for 40 and mark this game. And they're just both throwing at the doubles, and it's like, oh no, bust again. It just went on forever. And I'm like, I want to be prepared for the next game. I don't want to be worrying about somebody else's. And I said, like, that is running the event for the benefit of the organisation, not the benefit of the players.
Yeah.
Which is...
Yeah, 100%.
You don't get many places where it's run for the benefit of the players.
Everyone, Josh Rock is not developed this weekend. Oh, sorry, Jack Main is not developed either. He's just lost 6-1 to Mickey Mansell. Connor Scott again came onto the tour with a big billing, but just struggling a little bit at the moment to adjust to life.
It's hard.
Yeah,
I mean, one thing you'll see a lot of people come on the tour and come off the tour. One thing I've seen in what's my 11th year of being around it is, I see a lot of players go shooting past me this way, and I see them come just as fast down back the other way. And I sort of sit around that middle area quite a lot. And I've seen a lot of players come and go, 2 years, 3 years, players come on for 7 years, or whatever they do. And one thing that people don't quite get the grasp of is taking the hits. Taking the hits. It's that Rocky line, isn't it? It's not how hard to do hits.
7 times you're going to hit and get up again.
It's that, because you're going to get hit. You're going to play your absolute best and still get beat. 128 players have come into this event today. Just looking on the screen now, you've got UK Open champion there. You've got Danny Baggish, who's probably arguably the best from America. Tricol, the best from France. We've got the best from Belgium, the best from Poland, all getting ready to warm up now. But there's going to be one winner. 127 people are going to lose. It doesn't matter that you're the best from America, Holland, and wherever. And even in England, go, oh, this is the best from here or the best from there. 127 people are going to lose.
Yeah, completely.
And it's how many times you're going to lose and still want to come back and keep going. And sometimes it hits you harder than others, and sometimes it's easy to ride those shots.
Yeah.
And that's what people like Connor Scott will be learning now, that I can play my best in these. I'm not invincible. Where when you play before, you play your best you can. Yeah. You get that invincibility back. If I bring my A game, I win. Well, actually, it doesn't work like that here.
No,
you might get an 11 darter somewhere else and be like, oh, it's 11 darter. Well done, let's do that. Here you're doing 11 darter, it's much of a challenge. Oh, you want to do 11 darter, do you? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. And it gets people rise to that here all the time. So
I think it's also a difference with darts compared to other individual sports, where golfers, potentially snooker players, they can just go and play in pro-ams, proper pro-ams, whereas with darts, outside the PDC, you've only really got local opens.
I think this is the best year for a non-tour player.
Yeah,
who's a good player.
Yeah.
Because you've got the WDF system is sort of, we'll see what happens with it. The ADC, we'll see what happens with that, but it's in the system. You've got the Live League, which is arguably the best ran thing I've ever been involved with outside of the PDC. And even then, it's very closely debated because of just how smooth and how on point and timed it is. It's brilliant. And then you think about the popularity of darts with the exhibition circuits more right at the moment, especially coming out of COVID times. Everyone just wants to go out at a good time.
Yeah.
So the exhibition scene at the moment is absolutely ridiculous. There's stuff all the time. So I think this year, if you'd have lost your card a year ago or 2 years ago, you'd have been in trouble and you'd have been on Indeed looking at jobs.
Yeah.
I remember it was 2 years ago. Not even 3 years ago. I was in the World Championship qualifier. And it was up in Wigan. And if I didn't win it, I was going to lose my card. I remember. And beforehand, I went into Asda. And I was sat on the toilet having a good morning. And I was on Indeed. And I applied for a job at Oxford United Football Club while I was there. And then I went and won it. And then Oxford rang me up and I was like, I really like the CV. We're going to give you a trial. Do you want to come down? Because it was in the academy at Oxford. And there was like, John, I was like, I've got the World Championship in a couple of weeks, so I can't really do it. So
just quickly, everyone, you know what's coming. Expected it on the post.
Right, okay.
Raymond Van Barneveld plays Jeffrey Deswan on board number 7. Interesting. Aspinall Baggish, that would have been your next one if you'd have got up past.
And look at Aspinall again.
Yeah. 107.
The thing about the Barney, you maybe need like, the Cody Campbell.
Yeah.
Maybe you need a Barney Campbell. It's interesting. Like I say, Barneveld is going to go win it today with no lower than 100 average all day, and I'm saying that I don't like the way he starts.
Yeah, completely.
See, Tricot, we had a chat in the last challenge tour, and for some reason, these random conversations come up at the tables. And one conversation came out, and it's like, right, if you could sponsor any player, you can only have one from the challenge tour, who would you pick? And I picked Tricot, and then he got to the final later. Because the journey he's about to go on, I see it, and I just see that journey ahead, and I look at it and I think, Frank's going to be in the World Cup next year.
Yeah.
Then you're probably going to have a French qualifier for the World Championship. Or he's going to get in there somewhere.
He's going to win the best max hot table like Max did back in the day.
He's going to do something like that. Josh Rock's turned that around. And he's averaged 99. Where did that come? What did we miss there?
He's developed again.
Last time I looked, he was like 88 or something, and he was like
popped in a couple of
4-1 down
swells.
or something. He must have had like 3 9 darters or something.
Luke Humphreys, number 1 seed, gets his day underway. He had the bye. Played Neil Zonneveld.
So here's one for you. Steve Beaton. Do you think the law of the seniors is big enough yet that someone like Steve Beaton will go?
I think it's close with the live league as well.
Good combo.
I think it's close.
Yeah. Because you look at some people like a Steve Beaton, a Simon Whitlock, the people that are of that age who don't need the stress of the rankings and all that goes with it now, that might benefit from.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
3 words, Phil. Seniors Live League.
There are some changes to the live league coming, and it gives us more scope to do individual weeks.
I believe I can see him in the corner. He's down here. Actually. I believe he had a little wind up with me. Nottingham.
Yeah.
For the so I can imagine that's what. Because it allows you to place it a little bit easier as well, don't it?
We've noticed that the 5-week cycles have killed us in the last 2 cycles because there's so much going on.
Yeah.
And again, purely from a selfish point of view, we want Fallon in, and we can't get her in because she's not available.
It's got to be 2 weeks like 5.
Yeah, we can't get her available for Champions Week or something like that. And so there are changes coming. Yeah. Good changes as well.
Yeah, I think everything it's done so far has been positive, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I must sound like a right sucker, actually, don't I? Oh, yes, brilliant. Yeah. It actually is, you know. It actually is. It's really good.
Yeah, no, it's gone so well.
Aspinall's on one, isn't he? 105 again.
Well, it was funny that I did a really good interview with Aspinall, and he was saying that his worry with it was always that the tendon was going to snap on him. And literally said, when he went and saw the specialist and said, look, it will not snap. He said it was like someone lifted the ton off his shoulders. Yeah. And then he could play. Because he was always worried about, because he's got quite an aggressive frame. Yeah. And he was worried that if he forced one through, it was going to snap mid-throw. And the specialist said, I can guarantee you that will never snap. Yeah. And he said since then it was just like unbelievable.
That's just lost an 83-6-3.
Again, though, he late shape. He must have literally.
He knew 2 days ago.
Right, okay.
So we was in a caravan. Yeah, we were going to go because I didn't know I was going to the Dutch Open on Tuesday. Yeah. Because getting there, and like I say, I've got some treatment coming up and things like that, and just being able to get there just looked like it was never going to happen. And we booked it on Tuesday to go. And you can imagine with that many people in the area, there's nowhere to stay. So we ended up staying in the caravan. But it's really nice. I like camping. And we just laid there and we got word about that's 108.
He is flying.
He's on one.
one that could potentially gate crash his way into the Premier League next year if he can pick up a biggie.
Yeah, I agree, because again, he ticks a lot of boxes. I know we're going about that
And
box
has
ticking
form in that league.
quite a lot. Dan, one of our team, says, nice seeing the new member of the team, get him in the WhatsApp.
Well, yeah, I always like a bit of chatting.
Oh, to be fair, our WhatsApp chat's hilarious at times, just about general nonsense, football, darts.
That's what WhatsApp's for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Barnabell and as well. Smith and there's quite a few hundreds in there, aren't there? Yeah, if I were doing this, I'd by now I'd have probably thrown the darts across the room, hoping they didn't go out the window because I'm leaving tomorrow. Clothes would have been all over the place, and I'd probably play Football Manager in bed.
See what we've done we've done giving you some stress-free.
Yeah, it's given me a bit of a.
I was like, I'll message him. I'm in this room. Come bang on the door if you want to come inside.
Well, it's literally not too far from the room.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, when I got off the lift, I'd have probably have sensed you out anyway because I could hear you echoing down the corridor.
Well, the thing is, I was like, I'm just going to go to the Pro Tour for a couple of days and see if I can get some content. We've got this to do anyway, because I wasn't going to go home from Berlin to then fly back to Stuttgart for the World Cup. So it was like, what's the food like downstairs? Is the restaurant any good?
Depends what day you go. But last night it was good. Last night we had like pork lumps, cheese sauce, cauliflowers, potatoes.
Right, after the stream time, I go down and sample it.
Yeah. I think I think you might need to pull his trousers up a little bit. Good job he's not on camera. You see that?
Things you can see in the background, it's great. Barney, that's 4-1 up on Jeffrey Dejuan.
Jeffrey's one of those that need a big year.
I don't think he can keep his card. No. I don't think to keep it, he'd have to get to like a world quarter final or something like that. And
when I did the video at the start of the year, I think I had him on 91% of his prize money.
Yeah.
91%.
The same as, although Dev won't lose his tour card, he's definitely like 77% of his ranking money this year.
There's a lot like that, but it'll be a lot of those people that come through the COVID years.
Yeah.
That will be defending big.
De Souza. Defending the slam win.
Yeah. And he's not playing like he did then.
I've said this for a while, and the boys question my thinking, but I've said for a long, long time, he's a great front runner, but if you take him to deep water, he can't swim.
Oof, hello. Danny Noppert landing a 1-6-7 against Thibaut Tricol to go 3-2 up. Tricol's put him under all sorts of pressure here. I think he was 2-1 up as well. So Noppert's had to come back there 3-2 up against the Frenchman.
Yeah, and the one that really highlighted it was the match play last year. Going into the first round, Jose de Souza should have beaten Michael Smith. The form they were in, Michael no form. He turned it into a dogfight, and there was only one winner.
I'm just looking at Jonathan Roberts' comment. It looks like you might have Phil Bingo going on at the moment.
Oh yeah, everyone loves my Jose deep water one.
Yeah,
he can't swim with the sharks.
Look at Aspinall again.
106. This is vintage.
How old's Aspinall now? It's got to be like 30 or something.
29, 30, around that somewhere. Same sort of as Joe and that, isn't he?
Oh, Joe. I can't imagine how he feels waking up.
I just wanted to give him a hug last night. When I saw him, I was just like, you want to stop the show and just go and give him a hug.
I mean, what a story. Because at the start of the year, we would never even spoke about Joe Cullen.
No.
He wasn't a contender for that last spot that was available. And then he goes and wins the Masters. Then he gets in it. Then he qualifies through. Then he makes the final. And then he's a dart at winning the whole event. and he wires.
I was going to say, not just that, we're talking these millimetres away from being 2022 Premier League champion.
And then Van Gerwen wins a major title for the first. For the first time in quite some time. If you walked in to a TV studio and said, I wrote this script, yeah, what do you think to that? They'd go, it's too unrealistic. Well, no one will buy into that story.
Fairy tales only happen in sport. No matter what sport it is, fairy tales only happen in sport. They don't happen in real life or anything like that. Only in sport, the magical things happen.
And that it still is one, but it was so close to being an unbelievable story. It became a great story. It could have been unbelievable.
Well, he would have been the third debutant in a row as well to win the Premier League.
Yeah, someone I spoke to someone actually last night about that. It was very interesting. It's a very fair point because they said that the debutants always seem to find will do quite well. And they says it's a schedule. Does it sort of grind the players down a little bit so they don't seem as keen?
And there's no scar tissue either for the Premier League.
We've seen
Michael Van Gerwen was the first non-debutant finalist in 3 years.
Yeah,
out of both of them.
Wow. Yeah, there's been a lot of.
You think it killed Smithy for 2 years?
Yeah,
and he says that himself after the first one. He said it killed him for 2 years.
Yeah. Webster.
To be fair, that's a bit of a myth, though.
Mm.
You look at. Well, I thought that until someone else told me this. I can't claim credit for it.
Yeah.
But when you look at his results after the Premier League, I think he made 5 TV quarterfinals in a row.
He did. He bounced back, and then they put him in it again, I believe. He had 2 years, didn't he?
Can't remember. Maybe, yeah.
Only the one.
Yeah, it was the one, but
it was on the twice. They put someone in twice. Kim Hybrex.
Hybrex and Yella, both dipped after Premier Leagues.
And Kim Hybrex wasn't because he was playing bad. He just wasn't doing games.
No,
and that goes back to exactly what it said at the start about people that you're going to get beat.
Yeah.
Playing well.
Oh, yeah. I remember Kim's last year in the Premier League. He played some great stuff. Just ran into whoppers. And
some of the games he was playing, definitely.
Was it the Mark Webster year? I think after he went out the Premier, was it semi-finals, match play, final with the players, lost to Kevin Payne. If he won that match, he's probably back in next year anyway.
Aspinall does the job, 6'3", 103 average. Michael Smith batters Louis Williams, 6'1" as well.
See, Louis someone I expect from. Not quite ready.
Good ceiling, but not a lot. It's either ceiling or nothing.
He needs the rocket, no?
Yeah.
He needs the rocket up there.
Let me just bring up a game on board 7 because this is a big one for both Simon Whitlock and John Henderson for different reasons.
Oh, yeah. Hendo for his tour card, Whitlock for the match play.
And if Whitlock doesn't qualify for these match plays, the tree card takes a 1-2-4 out for 4-4. If Whitlock doesn't qualify for these match plays, these Grand Prix, and he's in a bit of difficult water, he should get in the World Championships, but ain't as plain saying as it looks. That's going to take a lot of money off them.
Semi-finals at the match play.
It's defending 3 semi-finals from 2020, I believe.
Yeah.
Because he beat Van Gerwen, didn't he, 3 times on TV.
I know he beat Van Gerwen at Blackpool, or not Blackpool, at the match play and the Grand Prix.
He's definitely defending Grandstand Grand Prix semis. I'm not sure about the match play, though.
It's either quarters or semis at the match play as well, because he beat MVG second round.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he lost the next game, so I think it'd be quarters, semis. There's a lot of money to defend.
See,
heck of a lot of money to defend.
Is this now the case that Gary needed a win because of all the extra expenses laid out? He got that, he's covered that cost, and now that sort of adrenaline-y, fighty, grittiness has sort of come out of it a little bit. And do we see him just get tickled over really by Cross? The scoreline looks like it will.
What's that? Yeah.
Because you've got to think Cross is going to up that drastically.
Well, I remember Joe at Newcastle for the Premier League. He said all the focus was on match 1 against Peter.
Yeah.
He said match 2, he went, shit. After I won that one, he was like, I'm there. And he said the adrenaline dump was huge. He said he got back into the practice room, sat there, and he goes, still want to get out of the chair.
Yeah. That adrenaline dump is a very strange place to be.
Yeah.
We did the last Pro Tour in Wigan, and we booked it quite late. Wigan hotels were closed, so we stayed in Blackburn. Why not? We got into Blackburn. Zach was like, right, I want to go play some darts. So we went into the bar. We've gone in there. It's a Tuesday afternoon, about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Karaoke's on. 2 people are outside being sick. I'm like, welcome to Blackpool.
Blackpool's like nothing. If no one's ever been there, it's like nothing you'll ever experience in your life.
And I sat there for a bit, and I just had that sort of adrenaline dump, and I wanted to talk to Villa versus Liverpool. And I was like, I'm going to have to go back to bed, I think, in a minute. And I ended up going out and just having a walk up and down the seafront for a little bit. And after a while, I came back to being me again. But I'd hate to try and play a game of darts in that way.
I'll tell you that. Board 11 is one for the darts purist. Dan Dawson will be loving this one. Andrew Gilding against Ryan Meikle.
And I was on that board as well, proper dark purist board, In the baggish. Love that Dawson.
Yeah.
Martin Schindler. That's an interesting one. He's playing really good. He's playing in the World Cup team as well, I believe.
Yeah. I like the fact that he recognised there was an issue with his action, went back, fixed it, and now he's reaping the rewards of it. Tricole has levelled up, going to the Noble, UK Open champion against the French number 1. Oh, that's some stones. Not that starts with a 180 and the deciding leg.
Yeah.
Going back to Schindler, is he another one of those players you could probably say, blessing in disguise, he had to go back to Q school, look back at things, work on things. In hindsight, he can look back on things during his first rotation that he can put into place and is putting right in his second.
Yeah, definitely.
I like it.
I do.
They're not got 5 out of 6 trebles.
Yeah.
If you only get 5 trebles in the last leg side, you'd normally win it. So,
although it's quite a loopy dart, I like the knock at throw because it's repetition. It's the same every time.
Yeah.
The little set.
Yeah.
And then it goes.
Routine,
It's easy to replicate for him.
It's a big 3 darts.
Oh.
So even if they've got 2 trebles, the 1 sort of kills it a bit. He's probably going to need 6 to take that.
Yeah.
So the 1 probably gives knock at 6. 2 handfuls. He'll just be happy with it.
Oh, he's missed it. It's gone inside 10s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it takes it. And we go, okay. No, we're done.
With 3 darts in hand, are you a splitter or are you straight for it? In this
straight for it. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, always straight at it. I don't because if you think about the split gives you 2 darts at a double. If you go straight for it, you're still going to get 2 darts at a double.
Yeah.
You're either going to get the first dart and the second one will break it and you don't get the last dart, or you miss it with the first one and you can set it up. You're going to get 2 darts regardless. You might get 3 darts going directly for it. So, yeah, I'm not really much of a splitter as such. From Gatwick. Oh, we drove. Over. Well, Zach drove.
So I was quite lucky. I flew from Copenhagen, obviously from Gatwick, and I was like, please don't get cancelled. Yeah. But I didn't really put myself on the first one. I was like, the first one gets cancelled. The rest of the days then gone to shit. So I was like on the 7:30 flight out.
Yeah, it's mad. Like all the flights getting cancelled. I don't understand it. But then again, I don't read the news as much as I should. Because you've got your mainstream news and you've got your sporting news.
Yeah.
I watch Sky Sports News and all the
All
news.
day long, yeah.
But you won't ever watch me watch the news as such. So I probably should, really. Especially when things like these flights are going on.
Yeah.
Things that could come into problem for me. Just trying to. Is that the UK time in the top corner?
Yeah.
Oh yes. I think the buffet starts at like 6. So that's exciting because that means they've got another hour on top of that, so we're getting closer to buffet time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's.
Is it buffet down there tonight? Is it?
Yeah. Well, they do a buffet every night, and then they have a menu, and it's always worth checking the buffet to see what's on the So last night's starters, wraps. Never the wrap for a starter.
That's a new one, that is.
Yeah. Just wraps, like, and I'm looking at the wraps, I've got ham and cheese, salads and things. I'm like, I've never had ham wrap. What, where's the soup?
Yeah, no, that's I always keep it on UK because of the live league, because I've still got to work on the live league and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I keep that as UK time, so I know.
Yeah. How was it not having Dirk's music this time? Oh, I don't know if you saw that story, but when we left here, we left here and we were challenged Tour a week later.
Yeah.
So I went and did a tour over in Holland and Belgium, and it started in The Hague, which is where Dirk lives now. So the guy that was booking it all at The Hague was like, right, when you're done, jump in the car with Dirk. Dirk will drive you over to here. 4.5 hours, and the song he uses for his walk-on music, when we got
It's tame, isn't it?
he said his walk-on song is soft music.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard anything like it. I literally was ready to jump out. I was like, no, I'm done. And then there's one bit, he's like, right, you tell me a song that you'd like to listen to, and listen to that. And he put it on, it was on for about a minute. And he's like, no, don't like that. And he just sat there like, all the way. Oh. And the thing is, I didn't think many people would like that sort of music, but I saw Jules Van Dongen.
It's a very Dutch.
Oh, Jules Van Dongen. Oh my God.
Yeah. Every time I see him now, he's like, oh, will you not like Dirk's music? I'm like, yeah, we've had this conversation like 60 times now, Jermaine. And he's like, oh, and he's like, listen to this one. I'm like, I don't want to listen to any more. Go away. I've had enough.
Jules Van Dongen's walk-on was so bad it blew a generator.
Is that that's the event when Jules had the 20% thing. Love that. I love the way he responded to it. Yeah. His first he put a tweet out originally. I was like, oh, don't go down that road. Don't buy. You've got to come back. And then he ended up selling his shirt, didn't he?
Yeah.
20% of it.
And to be fair, Michael retweeted the selling one as well and said, "Oh, this is good, nice touch and things like that."
I like that. Been donated in Michael's name. Yeah. I love that sort of stuff. It's a wrestling background, isn't it?
Yeah. To be fair, Stu, I think that a lot's being made of that because in the venue itself, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see. I mean, I was watching it on the little.
Yeah, and to be fair, Michael's spoken about the crowd and that not just in general, it's in general. And he said, and a lot of them say this: the boos, I don't actually mind because it's just a noise
blanket. Yeah,
the boos aren't an issue. It's that whistle is the issue. Yeah. The actual boos, they're like there's no difference to him when he's focused between a boo and a cheer.
Yeah.
It's the same noise.
Just noise.
Yeah.
I've obviously played in big crowds and small crowds. The smaller crowds seem harder because you hear individual noise you can pick out. Where that sort of blanket of noise, it's just buzz. It's just atmosphere, isn't it? It's fine. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Afternoon, James. Hope you are good, mate. Gary Blades level at 4 apiece now with Rob Cross. Turned it around. He's
upped it as well. Upped it drastically.
Whitlock has won back, but trails Hendo 2-1. Big results for potentially Keen Barry here.
Have you got enough tabs open?
Everyone knows I'm terrible for tabs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you just like open a new tab every time you look at anything?
No, I sort of like, so on YouTube, I have live stream, studio,
I like the way you know
and normal page.
As well, yeah.
Facebook, the Meta Suite.
Yeah.
That's for the stats on the live league. Twitter ads, Twitter Media Suite. So they've all got a place and a role.
As long as you understand it.
Yeah, that's something. No, it does Gob's head in. He hates it. He's like, it has to be like 1 or 2 tabs tops.
Yeah, I don't like
tabs. But yeah, no, I don't know what they all are. So Keen Barry is about to beat. He has just beaten. John O'Shea. So that takes him to win $3,500.
Okay. It's not in the Euro Tour though.
No.
So what's that? That's going to be a couple of board wins.
Yeah. It's this little cluster here.
Oh, you haven't got it yet. John O'Shea's got one there. See, I'm not a big fan of the new payout structure on the way it jumps.
Yeah.
So it goes 750, then 1 250, then 2. So it goes 750 a win, 500 for a win, and then 750 for a win.
Yeah.
So essentially, if I come here and I win my first round, both days, I'll get 1,500. If I come here and win my first round and my second round, essentially, I should have gone through a seeded player.
Yeah.
Where winning first round means you don't have to play, so you could get into the draws and lose the seed. Or you're going to play the players beating the seed to get to the third round stage. But you're going to be 250 worse off for going through the seed, for guaranteed going through the seed game.
Yeah.
Than playing 2 potentially unseeded.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And yeah, I don't like that side of it. But I mean, that's in an ideal world of if this, and this happens, but it could happen.
Yeah. Dan says, worry for Lewis on the match play race. People behind him pick up money over the next 2 days. Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah, there must be a reason.
There must be a
proper reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he'll be well aware of the situation.
Yeah, it's not just one where he's gone, no, I'm not going.
Yeah. He's an intelligent guy. He'll know what the
yeah.
is.
Again, the other cameo to all this as well, we're talking about like Hendo in the World Cup and the rankings, but potentially you could get another Grand Slam spot for this.
Yes. Good draw Scotland's got as well.
Yeah.
Good draw.
We laughed and joked with Michael last night. We said, that guarantees you in the Grand Slam now, like tongue in cheek. Yeah. And he laughed and insulted us in a Michael fashion.
But Peter Wright's lost first round today, isn't he?
Yeah. Wasn't particular.
Someone will know.
However, one thing Scotland will have, unlike other teams, is a certainty in fact that they know that they've gelled with each other, they've played with each other. There's a lot of teams with good players this year that possibly may have never played doubles with each other before, and that's a big caveat.
Yeah. As a player, I've played with a lot of different people in pairs, and my best pairs partner was Prakash Yuva.
Nice.
And the reason for that was because we used to compete with each other rather than against other people. Yeah. Like if he had a ton, I wanted to beat that. Yeah. I wanted to beat his ton, and we was almost playing each other, rather than playing the other two, because we had this sort of like wanting to be the better of the two of us sort of thing all the time. And I think that's vital, like say that sort of gelling as such. Yeah, can be quite a thing.
Still daylight for John Henderson. if somehow Hendo can keep his tour card, this would be a remarkable achievement.
Definitely. Yeah. It is massively up against it. Him, Max Hopp just won. It's a couple of big names, really. Yeah. Really up against it. Which, to me, when you look at those sort of players, I mean, it's not so plain terrible. That just tells me there's something wrong with the system.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've seen so many people talk about the ranking system being wrong, or this being wrong, or that being wrong. If you've got that quality of player coming off on the tour, and not just one of them, a
block of them, yeah.
There's got to be something wrong somewhere. I mean, yes, we've had that COVID situation where it was all.
This is the thing that I think during COVID, the ranking should have been frozen.
Yeah, I said that.
Because there was just people losing money that were never given the opportunity to defend it.
Right?
Yeah.
Prime example. He's got to be flying the flag for that.
Yeah, it was just like. Yeah. Got one here. Yes, Keen Barry with a good couple of days here and then a good block of 3. He's in the match play melting pot.
Campbell 4-0 up again.
5.
Cool. Jim Williams, Richie Bennett, there's a Welsh battle of the ages.
For all the
Gary Blades won. Gary Blades got called into this event last time at this venue, last minute, and he flew over and he paid loads for a flight and he goes, it's cost him so much to be here. He needs to win like 2 games or something just to recoup his costs. He got to a quarter final.
I remember the running up.
Yeah. And when you think of, and that earned him what, 3,000? He didn't even hardly earn that in 2 years on the tour card.
Yeah.
You know, and he got it in one day. He's in the 3rd round. I love stories like this.
Scott Mitchell's having a very good day as well. Good performance in round 1. Now 3 went up on Steve Lennon, averaging 98.
Ricky Evans is in that last spot at the moment.
Yeah.
That's not a bad draw for him.
One we haven't spoken about yet, but having a good day. Another one of those associate members, Nathan Gervin, 4-2 up on Ross Smith. Potential for last 32. And as you say, that's more money on the ranking, free money, effectively for him.
Yeah, Nathan's one of those players that his A game and his ceiling is very good, but he needs to learn how to forget a poor visit or a missed double. Something that we saw on the live league a lot, that he was beating himself up for missing.
I think you can pick out a few of these for that reason. Yeah.
Again, Vincent, board 12 is winning. Yeah, you just think that. To be fair, it's Vincent. If he tells me he's in the match play, I'm arguing with him.
Yeah. He always finds a way.
Yeah.
The Dick Turpin of darts always finds a way.
Yeah.
Campbell 6-0.
Dobie 6-2.
Dobie's in at the moment, isn't it? Or is he in completely?
I think that puts him to about the 38 grand mark. I think Dobie's done.
Yeah.
Dobie will be heading back to Blackpool.
I remember a couple of years in a row he was like the last place.
I remember when he kept missing out.
Yeah, by one spot.
The same as Callum Ridsdale came back at Q School, but we don't tongue in cheek about that too much.
I love stories like I said, like the Gary Blades one. I also love those stories. Like, I hate to be that guy.
Yeah.
But I love the stories. Like, I mean, I was that guy once. Was it 2014? I think it was, where 256 players playing for a Grand Slam spot. Must have been final to Jamie Campbell, but nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And you drive back and you think, it's okay. In 10 days, I've got the World Championship qualifier that I lost in the final of. So, yeah, I had that story. I was that guy once, so I think I enjoy seeing other people's stories.
I think as well, the worst one for Dobie, wasn't it when Jamie Hughes went and won Prague from nowhere and knocked him out?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knocked him down to 17.
Yeah. Because Jamie Hughes' win on the Euro Tour came from nowhere as well.
And was it something like the last event before the cutoff as well? So it's not as if he had another event that could try and make it up either.
Yeah.
It was the very last one. Yeah, Matt has so many stories. Makes me feel old. When I sit down and talk about darts, it does make me feel old because that's what 2011 was my first year. So 2022.
Yeah, Jamie Martin Lukeman playing really, really well. It might have been James Wilson Phillip. I know it was one of them that knocked Dobie out.
Yeah, it was Jamie Hughes. I'm almost certain of it.
Hello.
I remember Matt Ward said to him if he won the Euro Tour, he had a signed belt by Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, the Winged Eagle.
Yeah.
And it was signed by Hart and Michaels, and he had it framed. They said he was going to give it to him if he won that. And he brought it into Barnsley.
Oh, it was framed up, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I was just looking at it like, oh, why didn't I do it?
Hendo 6-3 over Whitlock, huge for the Wizard. To be fair, Michael's still got the Paddy Power belt.
I like that idea. I've been trying to get this going for a while, and it's just not come together for whatever reason either. Communications have broke down what we're doing. But one thing I wanted to do when I lost my card was I said, right, I want to go out and I want to play people, and I want to get a belt.
Yeah.
And I want to go round, and people can apply to go, and I'll go to their venues, and I'll take on either like, let's say, county players and people like that, and I'll go around with this belt, and whoever takes the belt off me will be the person, and I'll film it all and stream it all. I thought it would be a brilliant idea, but it's just not come through at the moment. I think that would be
That's why I love the ADC belt concept, because it will work. I know it will.
It will, with tweaking.
Yeah.
Now, my tweak to it, because I've always got an opinion, my tweak is, at the moment, you have to financially back yourself to bid for a belt.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be the case. To make me support the ABC system, I should be bidding my points, not my money. So what will happen is I go to the Bristol Championships and I pay £10 to enter it, and I pay £2 ADC. Use them £2 that you take off of everyone to make that pot money. Now from that, I'll earn so many ranking points. Now then I'll go, right, I'm going to put 100 ranking points up so I can go for that belt. If I lose, my ranking points have gone, I've got to go and earn points again. Yeah. And I should earn points to be able to bid my points to go for those belts.
Fair point.
And then use those little fees that you take off people, £1 an entry or £2 an entry, use those to pay your champions. Rather than, because at the moment, anybody could just go and bid to go for a belt. And that's probably the only issue with that system. Make people go and earn the points, make them support the system, make them put into the system, and use those little.
Jason Heaver is in the chat room as well. I hope you are good, buddy.
Is my competing in any ABC events? Not at the moment because my diary is just too full. I do want to. I do really want to go and have a look at it because I like to experience all types of darts, because if I'm going to sit here and have an opinion on things, you don't get an opinion sat at home in your armchair.
Exactly.
And or you do, but you get it from a completely different perspective.
Yeah, and maybe not the right perspective.
It's almost like sat there looking and analysing your experience. And I want to talk from a place of experience rather than analysing.
Mine, Lukeman is flying again. 94 and a bit average, 4-1 up on Ross Montgomery. Yeah, he will be making his debut at Blackpool.
Good ball final for Keane Barry. When you say he needs a run, he's got Stevie beat on.
Jim Williams on the hill against Richie Burnett, 102 average there.
Jim's a really weird player because his throw shouldn't work.
Jim Williams,
but it does, but it shouldn't.
He's probably one of the only people who throw the dart quite at the front of the barrel and don't get a line down the dart.
And it's a float. It's not a throw.
Well, the point is down in his hand, and it stays down all the way through the journey. So you don't get that sort of arc in the throw, do you? So yeah, it's like hold the point, just pushes it through.
He's one of those players, when you have two darts close to each other, you worry about the grouping when it comes to the third.
Says, do I think Harry Ward will come back? No, I don't. I just don't think professional darts is for him.
No. It's a lifestyle.
Yeah. Right, folks, we're going to grab a quick ad break and then to something else as well. So we'll be back on the other side of this. Right, everyone, Matt has departed. He's gone to get changed out of his dart stuff. He literally came straight from the arena to come and say hello. Massive thank you to him. That was good, boys, wasn't it?
Not too bad, was it? It gave me a little bit of chance just to watch the dart. I could have had a cup of tea, a few biscuits. You having a great old chat. Brilliant to get his insight into the game and into things as well, because obviously he's been there, he's done it, he's in the venue, he's seen what he thinks about. It's great to see the current players coming in and having a chat with us.
Yeah. We'll see if we can hijack a few more.
I think it's great for the players. I think obviously if they go out, obviously they don't want to go out early, but it's an opportunity for them to relax. It takes a bit of time out of their day. It gets the people, the viewing public, get to know their personality a little bit better. And I think things like this isn't actually too bad for a player to do. And I don't know whether, possibly players that don't play in this event or, same for them, to get onto Skype and do things like this. I think to develop their character and things like this. I think it's a great thing, especially, now there's more televised darts, or streamed darts or things like that. There's opportunities for players who actually, if they think, they come on here, they might get other opportunities elsewhere on the side of the darts. And Matt was obviously talking about, players only doing darts and perhaps waiting around to do things. Well, if there's spare gaps in their calendar and people need a pundit or something for event A or event B, they might get an opportunity because of that. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for players to do this and within the media.
Yeah, completely.
But they're hopefully not too good because I still need a job.
Yeah, Matt will be going to the Challenge Tour. So, Gabriel Clements 3-1 up on Ted Everts in the last 64. We have got some last 32 games underway. Christoph Ratajski, Matt Campbell, Steve beating Keane Barry. It's huge for Keane Barry's match plays, but Beaton has taken the opener.
And Lucas Vennig again, 90 average, 4-2 up on Kim Hybex. We're mentioning him not too long ago. Another steady, solid enough day. But Ross Montgomery getting himself back and the proceedings against Martin Lukeman 5-3 there. And we were saying not long ago, good day for Scott Mitchell. Well, Steve Leonard's got himself back in this game, and now it's 5-4 up on Scotty Dog.
Yeah. Nathan Rafferty. I'll say 4-3 up on Mickey Mansell.
Could do with one of these runs, Nathan. Again, another one of those players who got the tour card. Started okay, actually. Had a really good start, but now he's in the middle part of his first year on rotation. Just possibly the ins and outs and the relentless way the PDC works and playing the best in the world. Sometimes you can have that little bit of a blip, and maybe that's just what he has suffered. But this is a good day here for Nathan. We mentioned the Barney line, but again, it's another big game for both of them. John Henderson, he's got, I think, for players outside the top 16 that are fighting for things like match plays, fighting for things like tour cards, knowing that a lot of the big hitters aren't here this week, or some of the big hitters aren't here this week, or some of the other players potentially, like an Adrian Lewis who's fighting for a match play spot, or things like that, knowing that they're not here gives them a great opportunity to hoover up points, and points perhaps they wouldn't get on a Saturday, Sunday, where the big names will be there. It opens up, gives lots of opportunities to those players below that 16 who perhaps wouldn't get as many ranking points as they would maybe in a normal weekend.
Jason, you're not still here, mate, are you? You're just looking at the chat. You're not still here, are you? Martin Lukeman has just beaten Ross Montgomery. He goes in to the last 32. Steve Beaton 2-0 up on Barry Keane, placing the last 16 for the winner.
And have a look at some of these games that are warming up, heading towards the last 32 now. The first two games have kicked off in that, Beaton against Barry and Ratajski against Campbell. But warming up, Barneveld Henderson, Aspinall Gilding, Van Dyvenbode Evans, Noppert Van der Voort, Humphreys against Williams, and short turnaround for Martin Luckman as he takes on the number 12 seed, a man in form in Martin Schindler. And potentially that German team this weekend could be one to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Scotty Mitchell is also into the last 32. He beats Steve Lennon. Jamie, yeah, there's a few that are just in and around at the moment that are in the mix. Did Vincent win?
Yes, he's in the last 32.
Yeah, see, I saw he went 5-4 up.
If he gets to a semi-final, barring Ricky Evans losing his next match, he'd be in. Oh, no, so hold on. Yeah, no, he'd have to get to a semi-final to get in. At least. But just to paint the picture then of the race for the match play, the cutoff is Ricky Evans, £34,000. He's still active in this tournament. Andrew Gilding's on 34,250 and 15th. Adrian Lewis isn't here today. He's on 34,750. Just below, Ross Smith's on 32. He's out the competition. Vincent van der Voort still in, 31,250. King Barry is still in. He's on 30,000. Of other players still in and interested. Richie Edhouse, 27,715. Jim Williams is on 24,000. If he wins the tournament and hoping that other players would go out, he'd be on 34,750, which would be level with Adrian Lewis and Mados Razma. Razma went out first round today, but he'd have to hope that people above him also go out very, very quickly.
Absolutely. Matty Edgar's got back in his room getting Football Manager fired up.
Should have asked him who his save is with. Drop of the Championship with Leeds United, which must have meant that they were relegated in the first place. They go back in his natural environment. I'm going to say the choice of Leeds United will split opinions.
Yeah, oh, big time.
Oh, did you see that? Was it the Dagenham and Redbridge job or something like that? Someone did something on Football Manager. I can't remember what. Probably won the Champions League with someone or something like that. And they got seriously considered and was the bookmaker's favourite for the job at some point.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here on the feature, Luke Woodhouse has kicked off 140 in a leg. He needs to win against Josh Rock. He has throw, backs it up with a ton 80. Fantastic leg from Luke Woodhouse. Rock started with 56. Josh Rock leads 4-3 in this match. Fires back a 1-3-7. Luke Woodhouse needs to find a break at some point. Rock did break early on in the piece. 1-4-5 leads him on 36 for a 10 dart leg. Absolutely brilliant here from Woody. Only a 98 for Josh Rock. He's just going to go again back on throw next leg. So double 18 for a potential 10 dart leg here for Luke Woodhouse. But he bust. Probably gone inside on the 18s and thought, you know what, nay, bother on the 9s, etc., etc. So Josh Rock on 210 can only apply pressure, minimal pressure at that. So Luke Woodhouse gets a second bite at double 18. For anything between 13 and 15. Fantastic leg thus far. Gets in there. I couldn't see how many darts that was in, but within the regulation 15 for Luke Woodhouse. His heavy scoring early on in the leg carved out the opportunity. But look at that for an opening score from Josh Rock. Just the solitary 60. Troubleless visit. Ton 40 though for Luke Woodhouse. Puts him in the box seat in this particular leg.
Barney has taken the
Back comes Rock.
No.
Christopher Tysky could be the first man into the last 16. He's 2 legs away from doing it. 4-1 up on Matt Campbell. But can Josh Rock get the fish?
The big fish.
The biggest fish in the deep blue sea. He probably didn't go for it. Left double 18 instead, which is what Luke Woodhouse did. But after 9 last time, he bust that first time round. Did Luke Woodhouse to win the leg? Josh Rock is probably going to have to take this out this visit. Does so, first dart in hand, 13 darter, leads 5-4. Luke Woodhouse needs to win this leg on throw, then break in the last. Otherwise, Josh Rock is into the last 16. Sorry, last 32 in this match. Apologies.
Big Johnny, Team MDA is doing okay. Daryl's about to book his place in the last 32. Daryl Gurney does wrap up the bagel. 103.65 average from Super Gin.
The player's had of course, got high ceiling because of what he's won, but he's had a solid enough year that's possibly gone under the radar so far. He's been consistent in all of his events.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, Daniel, I've seen it. Yeah. I don't think they'll get invited back as media. They hijacked him as he walked out the players' room.
Incidentally, Woodhouse Rock has gone to a last leg and Rock has kicked off with a max.
He's developed.
Can you tease us, Josh? Can you tease us with a 9 in a deciding leg? No, you cannot. Number 2 treble visit for Woodhouse makes this leg very interesting. Can only hit an 80, so it is advantage Josh Rock for a place in the last 32 here in Needhausen. He's 224 points away, but only hits a 40, so the door is just ajar here for Woodhouse.
Do we think Gilding and Lukeman will keep their tour cards? Yes, I do.
And quite comfortably as well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So then we're down to the finishes. Josh Rock wants 86 to complete victory. Does so with 2 darts in hand. A clinical combination finish sees Josh Rock win at a deciding leg in a game which swung one way, then the other. Luke Woodhouse got himself back down to 92 in the last leg, but it is Rock who is through to the last 32 here in Needhausen. Luke Woodhouse will come back tomorrow for another chance at Players' Championship glory.
Yes, Barney and Hendo locked at 2 apiece as well. Huge game for both. Richie Edhouse has spun it around. He's now in front against Zoran Lurchbacker. Welcome along, Riley. Hope you are good, mate. Bunting Girvan is our feature game. It's a tidy little game. Aspinall was 3 down to Gilding, but was 1-2 on the spin, back within 1. Well done, Johnny.
Yeah, the best I've got is the participation medal at Sports Day. Even then, I stole that. Now, he said Scott Mitchell was in a hole when against Steve Lennon. He got himself out of it, squeezed his way through in the end. And he's going to take on Dimitri Vandenberg, who is one of the men of the moment because he is the winner of the Nordic Masters, won that at the weekend. Big Gary Anderson in that final. Some award there. Nathan Rafferty, another award for last 32. Takes on Michael Smith, who just wins whatever event he enters these days. Dave Chisel is Lucas Vennig. The way Lucas Vennig's played today, that could be a tasty game. And Gary Blades, that Edgar mentioned earlier, he's on that bit of a free will. He takes on Josh Rock, who's literally just come through a 6-5. So I wonder how much that may have potentially taken out and coming straight back on the board against Gary Blades there.
Vincent van der Voort 2-0 up on Danny Noppert. John Henderson is 4-2 up on Raymond van Barneveld, aiming for a place in the last 16.
Huge ranking points, mate, for John Henderson. You can get over the line here.
Get some of those rankers in, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of rankers in Barnsley, mate. Schindler levels it up at 1 apiece.
My favourite one with Ronnie was when he went to that venue in Crawley. Every single year he'd turn up and slag it off to the hill. Have a look at this from Dirk. 5-2 up on Ricky Evans, averaging 103.27. Evans himself is averaging 98.03. And this is a crucial result in the race for the World Match Play because Evans is sat 16th as things stand on 34,000. Vincent van der Voort gets over the line against Danny Noppert. That moves him up to 32,000. Yes, he'd have to get to a semi-final to match Ricky Evans, but just makes life a little bit interesting for King Barry. Also still in the competition. He's on 30,000, so 4 behind Evans, so can make some inroads with victory as well there.
So Hendo still has work to do, but he's going about his business in an enjoyable manner today.
Be interested to get your thoughts on the whole midweek Pro Tour thing, because I can imagine for a lot of players that are full time, they would like having these midweek competitions because it breaks the week up a little bit.
As it goes on, I think that's the way the PDC want to take it, want to send it, and I just think we'll see more and more of them.
Especially as the European Tour and World Series continue to grow as well.
Yeah.
That's
Andrew Gilding has beaten Nathan Aspinall.
107 average as well.
Yeah, I'm good, Daniel. Cheers, mate. Just a bit tired. Barney is back within 1 of Hendo. 5-4 to the Highlander. Hello, my little friend.
Red Bull gives you rings.
I'm not sure mixing it with coffee is a good idea, though.
Don't look at your heart rate. Because So that'll probably give you a heart attack before the Red Bull and coffee does. England need 160 runs to win the second test, 139 for 4 at tea.
What, need 169 total or 169 more?
69 more in one session. 4 down, no route at the crease.
That's like T20 mode, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, it's T16 mode for John Henderson, 6-4 winner over Raymond van Barneveld. The Highlander is through. Barney's good day comes to an end, and Luke Humphries is also through to the last 16. One of the most prolific winners of PDC titles in 2022, and he is in the race for yet another one.
Absolutely. Vincent van der Voort is 3-2 up on Danny Noppert. So, with results as they stand, I think Gilding's 1 win away from booking his place at the match play. Moppy levels up 3 apiece. Stephen Bunting 4-2 up on Nathan Gerben. Dimitri van den Berg, Scott Mitchell getting underway. Jamie, I'm not sure what happened, mate, if I'm being honest.
Incidentally, Martin Luckman won away from a big victory as well against Martin Schindler, who himself has had a really, really good day today. It's been a great year for Martin Schindler thus far. We will see him at the World Match Play. There's absolutely no doubt about that. 98 average for Luckman, 95 for Schindler. 305 plays 4-1 in this leg, which Luckman through first in, leading 5-1, but 2 solid tons for Schindler puts him on 301 after 6 darts thrown. Oh, Martin Luckman is on the brink against Martin Schindler. And we'll see whether this goes. 147. May have got the red, may not have got the colours. And so Martin Schindler needs his 160 to save his skin and to keep his hopes of glory today alive. Has to go, you feel, with Luckman on 88, 140, which means he may have had a dart that's dragged underneath tops. So Luckman now wants 88 to see the job through. For what would be an impressive victory. 81 leaves 7. So he's had a dart. He's had 2 darts. He's gone inside on double 14 and double 7. And Martin Schindler's still in this game. Double 10, first time of asking. It's 5-2. That's a break of throw. Has the darts in this one. That brings it back to 5-3. Then Martin Luckman will just be sweating a little bit. Well, admittedly, it is a warm day. I don't know how hot it is out in Needhausen, but on the sunny south coast of England, it is blisteringly hot.
Hot here as well.
Oh my!
Oh my!
I've just flicked the cricket on, and we are going T20 mode.
Are they actually going for it, are they?
Well, let's just say Johnny Bearso's just decided to go sod it, whack.
Plant the front foot and hit through the line, you mean?
Pretty much.
All right, Therese, all right.
No one likes to show off. Yeah, 50 runs from 54 balls is a bit of a... Well, this is Martin Luckman's charts here. 111 against the darts. May have 2 pokes at this. .48 leaves 63. Schindler back on 140. This is to stay in the match, and you sense this has to go. 60 leaves 80. So 63 for Luckman. This would do it. For the match. For the last 16. But doesn't. Martin Luckman has had match darts. He's had one at double 12 at least. Schindler wants 80. Believes himself on double 10. So Martin Luckman will get another opportunity to see the job through and to win 6-2. And it is the double 6 that sees him win 6-2. First dart in hand. It wasn't exactly a pretty leg to finish off for Martin Luckman, but he won't care. He is through, beating Martin Schindler by 6 legs to 2.
Stephen Bunting's 1 away. 5-4 up on Nathan Girvin. Chris Dobie leads Daryl Gurney 2-0. Michael Smith 2 up on Rafferty. averaging 111. Let's just get rid of this idiot.
Thank you, but no thank you.
Bunting is close, but not there yet. Depending on this setup visit from Nathan Gervin, we may be going to a decider. Sam hoping the business in the World Cup. Bunting wants 112 to win it. Can't take it out, leave tops. So Nathan Gervin wants 48, and this would be a break back, and he'd have the darts in the decider if this goes. Doesn't go. Missed 2 darts. So Bunting to win it. Bunting misses match darts. Gervin breathes again. Last dart in hand, Nathan Gervin sends us to the Noble, and he does have the darts.
Meanwhile, let's just have a quick flick of what else is going on. Damon Heta, 107 average in the first leg, 1 up on Richie Edhouse. Josh Rock, 1 up on Gary Blaze. Dave Chisnell, Lucas Venig. He's had a good day, hasn't he, Lucas Venig? 2-2 there. Michael Smith falling up on Nathan Rafferty. Gabriel Clements, 4-2 up on Brendan Dolan. You see on the feature game, Dobie 3-1 up on Gurney. And Dimitri van der Berg, 2-1 up on Scott Mitchell. But all eyes are on the decider between Stephen Bunting and Nathan Gervin.
And Bunting has wrestled the darts away from Gervin. This needs to be at least 2 trebles. Only 1, not enough. Not now. In a deciding leg, Stephen Bunting's gone 140, ton 180. Sensational from the bullet. Gervin, no finish. Bunting will get multiple match darts. Misses more, but will get more. Taken this time around. Bunting prevails. Gurney back in the match here with Dobie.
don't know about you, Phil, but it feels like today's action's just gone a little bit slower than perhaps what we usually see on these Pro Tour days.
You know, we had that spell in the middle where there was 100 averages everywhere, but now it's just dropped off a little bit. I've got to say, it is baking here as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I am sweating in here.
I've literally got my window wide open and half the courtyard can probably hear me babbling on.
Let's hope it's not about not any players eliminated that'll take issue.
Dimitri van den Berg is 3-2 up on Scott Mitchell. Chance here for Gurney to break back. He's left the Della. Tees up tops unless Dobie can pin 120. Dobie cannot. So this for a level game. Level we are on the feature game. Yes, Daniel. Bunting won. I'm all right, Jace. Just tired. That's all. Dave Chisnell averaging 101, 4-2 up on Lucas Vainick. He's averaging 99. Damon Heta averaging 105. He is 4-0 up on Richie Edhouse.
You're just at that point in the day where we got, let's say, one game on the periphery, well, maybe two now, because Michael Smith's opened up a 5-2 lead over Nathan Rafferty. But at this period of the day, we're just waiting for a lot of games just to kind of tick along now.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow's decided I'm just going to whack it at 2 6s and a 4.
This is what England are going to be like under McCullum and Stokes, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, I'll take more of this.
Yep, Samuel Martin Lukeman won. He plays John Henderson in the last 16. Yep, good, Matt. How are you?
Yeah, all good. Hot, but you know what? I love this sort of weather.
Super Chin is in front.
Damon Heta, yet another good day for him. 4-1 up on Richie Edhouse, 103 average. You just get a feeling with Damon every time he enters one of these events. You just feel as if he's going to win it. Like he's got this form inside that you back him. Maybe not win it, but go deep, do well, always.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always going to be there or thereabouts. Michael Smith has beaten Nathan Rafferty 6-2. Dobie levels it up.
4-4 there against Daryl Gurney. Elsewhere, Gabriel Clements won away against Brendan Dolan. Now Dimitri van der Berg won away against Scott Mitchell. Dave Chisnell in the same scenario against Lucas Vinnick. He's 5-3 up. Damon Hetta with 103. 5 and up on Richie Edhouse. Making serene progression through today's proceedings.
In the words of Michael Van Gerwen, and Daryl Gurney just doing the right things at the right moments.
Damon Hetta get over the line. He's a 6-1 victor over Richie Edhouse. 106.37 average for the heat. He was responding well in the heat. But look at that for response by Daryl Gurney. 130 outshot to go 5-4 up on Chris Dobie. And how does Dobie react? He gets himself a max. And Gurney replies in kind. As we head towards the finishing post, these two are coming up to the boil quite nicely. 96 for Dobie. Now, Daryl, can you tease us? Can you tease us? No, Daryl. Jeez, that's gone out the ground.
Yeah. Gabriel Clements has beaten Brendan Dolan in our last leg decider 6-5 to the German Giant. No, James, he pulled out yesterday, I believe. Bully Boy's doing enough, mate. Doing enough at the moment.
Love the avatar.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just motoring along, steady.
Well, the leg that started 180 apiece between Gurney and Dobie has now ended up on 7-7, 5-5. But it's Gurney at the board for 5-5, which he eludes and misses. First dart, possibly. Means he's down at 2-2. Should he come back? So Dobie now up for 5-5 to get himself into a deciding leg. Does so first dart in hand. Is Daryl Gurney, who has the honour in the deciding leg for a place in the last 16 here at the Players' Championship in Niederhausen. But only a 55, so the door for Dobie has opened.
I was about to say, is that a mistake first visit? No.
No. Daryl Gurney has been given another life, but surely he's not going to get away with a 45 on the back of a 55 in the deciding leg, is he? This really is Chris Dobie's chance to punish the Irishman. It's getting
it's not
scrappy.
As bad as it could have been. Could have been worse. Oh, magical. And that 180 has spun the final leg on its head, Henry.
It has, because it is very much advantage Gurney. Dobie's had his opportunities, but he hasn't quite got the big enough scores to punish those poor opening turns. The 180's been backed up by a 60, but that 180, I was going to say, is like gold dust, but look at that. For a response, needed something big, conjures up something big. Oh no, it's in fact a ton 40. We've been corrected there. Someone's got very excited, not just me. However, the 161 will still be under the severest of pressure. 65 needs 96, so Chris Dobie, 154 the match to steal it at the line. $87 leaves 63, so Gurney is back for 96. $80 leads 88. So, Chris Dobie, this is your opportunity. Perhaps your one and only chance to get over the line. And does so. Clean kill of 63 in 2. It's clinical Chris Dobie that advances through to the last 16 here in Niederhausen. Daryl Gurney had his chances, but in the end, it is Dobie who goes through. It was a Hollywood ending for the man from Newcastle. He is through by 6 legs to 5.
Super stuff from Hollywood. James says Gary Blade's playing well today. Yep, no, he is. Again, a late call up. How we doing, Paddy?
So we await on one final game to complete our last 16 lineup here. Gary Blades leads Josh Rock. 5-4 Blades leads. But we are going to have a decider. Josh Rock makes it 5-all. It's Blades with the darts in the decider and kicks off ton 40. But Rock comes back with a max. These two are throwing everything at this last leg. Blades 1-3-1. 230 plays 3-2-1. It's Rock at the board now. Hit a maximum with his first visit, but only backs it up with a 97. So now Gary Blades, you sense, is the marginal favourite to win this deciding leg, to win the 16th and final spot in the last 16. 60 leaves in the big fish. So the impetus returns to Josh Rock's corner. 2-2-4 for him. 170 for Blades, but Blades will be back at the board next. What can he fire in here? Only 41. So Gary Blades gets 6 starts to win this game from the 170. He won't go for the big fish, I can promise you that. Well, he only hits 40, so back on 130. So if Josh Rock can get a 2 treble visits here, the pendulum once again swings in this last leg. And does so. 126 leaves 57. So Gary Blades now 130 for the match. And this has to go. Oh, he's missed the bull. He's missed the bull for 130. And so Josh Rock wants 57. And gets the 57 in 2 to knock Gary Blades out. Josh Rock is the last player through to the last 16 here at the Players' Championship in Niedhausen. It was a last leg of epic proportions, 5-ton plus visits in all. But Josh Rock with a 57 combination after Blades missed a dart at the bull for the 130 is through to the last 16. Victor in a decider by 6 legs to 5.
And our first last 16 game is also underway. Danny Noppert against Andrew Gilding.
The UK Open champ. Have a look at that warming up in front of us. This is our last 16 lineup. Gilding and Noppert underway. We've got John Henderson up against Martin Luckman. Keen Barry up against Dave Chisnell. Michael Smith against Stephen Bunting. Damon Hetter and Christoph Ratajski. Luke Humphreys against Chris Dobie. And the last game at the bottom of your screen there, Josh Rock up against Gabrielle Clements. On board 7.
Tasty looking ties there.
Who are we backing from here then, Phil?
The fairy tale would be John Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
All eyes are drawn to that trio on the left-hand side, Smith, Hetter, Humphreys.
Yeah.
But look, we've seen Dobes win a Pro Tour, we've seen Chizzy win Pro Tours, we've seen Martin Lukeman make finals.
And you look at Chris Dobie today, he hasn't exactly hit the ridiculous averages we sometimes see from him, but he's in every game he's had a different type of challenge and he's managed to overcome each hurdle.
Yeah. what's interesting, the last 16, only 2 non-seeded players are left as well.
The cream rises to the top.
Number 1 and 2 seeds still in.
Big day for John Henderson in his race to keep his tour card. Whereas for Josh Rock, it keeps his chances, and it is a slim outside one of qualifying for the match play alive. He sense he'll have to get to the final today, possibly get himself back in the picture. But he's in the last 16. You know what he's capable of doing. You never, ever know. Let's say, Jason, you've got to do something, do it properly, or don't do it at all. You will see a little bit more of me over the next couple of weeks. You'll see back at the Live League on comms soon. You'll see me at the England Open WDF on comms on finals day for that. So, unfortunately, you're stuck with my voice for a little bit.
Right, before these last 16 ties really ramp up, we're going to take a quick ad break. Call of nature for us. We'll be back on the other side of this. Welcome back to the Pro Tour live stream, everyone, where we have every result up to date for you as it happens here at Online Darts. So Keane Barry, Dave Chisnell just getting underway. Danny Noppert is 2-0. Andrew Gilding, the rest are warming up as we speak. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. How did Dimitri do today? He's warming up. He's still in. He'll play Dirk van Dijvenbode in the last 16. Smith Bunting underway, as is Hendo Lukeman. Any other Belgian players still in? No, not today, unfortunately.
Hello again.
He's back.
Back, and ready to refuel. Went out for breakfast this morning down on the seafront, and we have a lint shop down on Gunwell Quay, which is a big shopping centre down by the seafront in Portsmouth. We've got loads of different lint chocolate bits just to get through the next couple of hours. So other chocolates, of course, are available.
Always a good touch.
I have a last 16 action now. We're getting to the nitty-gritty of the day, and it does go quick from this point onwards. The action will come thick and fast. Because if you missed it earlier, we had Matt Edgar as a special guest presenter, I suppose we should call it, on the programme. So if you want to flick back, we touched many topics with Matt. Very good conversation. So you can flick back on this live stream once we're done. Have a little read through of what Matt Edgar had to talk about on many topics in the world of darts. Very great having Matt Edgar on the programme today.
David Heta Rodzaisky also underway.
That was a bit okay from Dave. 167.
Casual.
Yes, you do. Whew. Then 180 followed by 140. This is fantastic.
This is huge for Keane Barry as well.
Because he's another one right on the periphery. Wins this game, 31,750. Ricky Evans is on 34. If he can get through this and win one more, he is set up beautifully.
Yeah.
Even if he just wins this one game, he's in a good position. He's doing a good job. The scoring is just nuts. 180, 140, 140, 180, 140, 145. They're just throwing big uns at each other.
Yeah.
And Keane Barry's missed a couple of darts at 32 for a 12 dart leg. And it's probably going to look academic and he's probably going to get punished. But he doesn't get punished. And who would have thought 3 darts missed, a double 18 for a 12 dart leg would be a poor leg? That's just the standard in this game. Because King Barry gets a 14, has a 3-1 lead, having 105 to Chisnell's 112. You always like a game like this on Pro Tour Day, which you can just marvel and salivate over. This is certainly one of them. Sheesh. Well, hello. Hello, Dave. Chizzy couldn't. Could he? Oh.
Oh, he's wired double 12.
And you know what? The 24's got to go. Because back comes Barry. It does go. Oh, God, that was under severe pressure.
Martin Lukeman.
You know why?
Hendo. Go on, Henry.
You know why that double 12 didn't go in? Gob is in the back room, so the 9 dart was never going to happen. Well, the average is a 4-star this leg. 100. Sorry.
Levels up for Tyski. Luke Humphries averaging 103 has broken Chris Dobie's throw.
Big passage of play here in the Chisnell-Barry game. See which way Chisnell's gone for this in a second. Or maybe you won't. It doesn't matter which way. It's 3-3. If you missed that, King Barry was in business there for the break of 4 and 4-2. 111, 106 now the average is tied at 3 apiece. The thing is, in this match, a ton start is so punishable.
Yeah, because they just look like that.
Like that. I thought Johnny Bairstow was the biggest scorer today. It turns out not.
Martin Lukeman 3-1 up on John Henderson. Lukeman averaging 95, Hendo 91. Gilding, Noppy tied at 3 apiece. It's not the blistering form we've seen from either of them in spells today. Michael Smith 2-all with Stephen Bunting. Hollywood has one back against Humphries.
You know what, Phil? I've run out of words to describe this game because King Barry's with a couple of darts double after a leg of 180, 140, 137. Chizzy's then whacked in a max to leave himself on 46 after 12. Imagine a game where 12 dart legs are not good enough. Or even a double after 12 isn't good enough. That's what this standard has become.
Yeah. Well, that's the iPad taking a break.
But Chisnell doesn't take the chance, so King Barry can step in. This would be for a break as well. 8-8. Gets his second dart in hand, leads 4-3. And crucially, the break of throw. Indeed it is, James. Indeed it is.
Are they literally just swinging from the hills?
Johnny Bairstow's hit 122 off of 84 balls. It's something like in 9 overs, they've hit like something ridiculous, like just under 100 runs or something. Well, not under, well, not under, I don't know.
He's just in full TT mode, isn't he?
Literally, it's just whack it no matter what. Stokes is the conservative one. I bet God could probably hear the cheers from his house.
Dimitri van den Berg and Dirk van Dijvenbode are now underway. Josh Rock 3 to the good now against Gabriel Clemens. Luke Humphreys 4-1 up on Hollywood. Oh, Dave, what have you done? You've done a ferret. Yep, Jason agreed. The standard is unreal. Pete, nothing's up. Matty Edgar was on earlier with us. He just said he wanted the weekend or just wanted some time at home.
And when you're in his position, you do have a little bit of a luxury to pick and choose because he's in the match play. There's no doubt about that. So, you know, Pete sometimes, you know, yeah, that's the big one. And I think Matt Edgar made a good point earlier about if you're a player outside the top 8 who's playing in this, you know the big hitters ain't there. So maybe you use this one and make the next one over the weekend your sacrificial lamb. If you're going to have a break. I think these ones for players that aren't, you know, in Premier Leagues or things like that, I think they're massive to play in.
Yeah, absolutely, Jason. It could happen. Keane Barry has just broken the Dave Chisnell throw and is 1 away from the last 8.
Just going back to Irish World Cup teams, how many years do you reckon it'll be till Josh Rock gets in the Northern Ireland team? Well, obviously we know what this year's combination is, but possibly next year?
I don't know. He's got a lot to catch up.
Yeah.
Maybe not next year, unless he does something outstanding.
Unless he does something outstanding and possibly Brendan Dolan drops points a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a team, wouldn't it? Josh Rock and Nathan Rafferty. I still want that Ryder Cup concept. GB in Ireland against the rest of the world.
100%.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. Look at that for King Barry. Fantastic leg. An 11 darter. 12 darter, because it was done in 3 to seal the deal against Dave Chisnell by 6 legs to 4. He is the first man into the quarterfinals here at the Players' Championship.
Job done for Dynamite. But, interesting, John Henderson is on the cusp of the last 8 from absolutely nowhere. Martin Lukeman was in cruise control, but Big John has turned it around.
You always one good run at an event away from turning your whole season around. But he can get over the line here. Quarterfinal at least, very strong position. Goes one further, he helps himself massively.
Luke Humphreys also into the last 8. He beats Chris Dovey 6-2. 99 average from Cool Hand.
But just going back to that Ryder Cup, it has to at some point happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. Right, Martin Lukeman 91 on throw. This is Hendo 105. So this would to be back to 5-4 for Martin Lukeman. Remember, Hendo would have the darts in the next leg to win it. 91 goes in 3. So this is the leg. John Henderson throwing for a place in the last 8. And starts with a 2 treble visit. This game is in the balance. Both one good score, one bad score in the first couple of visits. Can Hendo? Oh, John, no. Only 30. Not punished as much as it could have been. Yes, Martin Lukeman is in front, but it could have been a lot worse.
Just to quickly cut in, Josh Rock 6-0 winner over Gabriel Clements.
Martin Lukeman setting up 2-2-7. Has 6 darts to get rid of this. How's your setup play? Smash. 90 to leave 137. Tricky. Hendo has 180 left. Only a 60 to leave 120. Martin Lukeman 137 to break Hendo and send us to the Noble. 121 to leave 16. Brilliant from Lukeman. 120 for Hendo. Will he get a match dart at the end of this combination? No is the answer. And we are going all the way. 5 apiece. And Lukeman has the darts. John Henderson, what he'd give for a 12 dart leg.
Christopher Tyskie, 6-1 winner over Damon Heta. So, number 6 seed is out, but all eyes are on Hendo.
And there may be a little opportunity. The door may be ajar. I'm not saying it's a chance yet. Now I'm saying it's a chance. John Henderson has gone ton 140, 140 to leave 121 after 9. This is a chance. He may get 6 at it. Lukeman's on a big 3-figure out. I said what Hendo would give for a 12 darter. Oh, and the setup is awful. Awful, awful. Only 36 from Hendo. Has he just opened the door? Yeah. Lukeman leaves a tricky 93 if he comes back. 85 for Hendo. Doesn't go. John Henderson now will have to wait, watch, and hope. Martin Lukeman, 93 points. Is it going to be heartbreak for Hendo? No, he is coming back. So John Henderson has 3 clear darts in his hand to book a place in the last 8. Looking at 12s. And it goes. Last dart in hand. John Henderson is into the last 8.
Big day. Big day for Big John. Gets himself into the last 8 at the expense of Martin Lukeman. The one remaining last 16 game that's going on. Dirk van Duivenbode leads Dimitri Vandenberg 4-2. What else have we seen in the last 16, you ask? Well, this is what we've seen. Luke Humphreys beaten Chris Dobie by 6 legs to 2. King Barry beating Dave Chisel by 6 legs to 4. What a game that was. As we've just seen, John Henderson getting the better of Martin Lukeman in a decider 6-5. Michael Smith beat Stephen Bunting 6-4. Andrew Gilden getting the better of Danny Knopp at 6-5. 6-0 victory for Josh Rock against Gabriel Clements. And Christopher Tyskie a 6-1 winner over Damon Heta. Well, there goes Bairstow.
Has he gone?
Well, we only need 27 more now. It's 272 for 5. I've just, whilst you're watching that, pardon?
Off of how many?
Off of, it won't tell me how many, it won't come up on the screen now, but Ben Stokes has just hit this 6, which is pretty much gone out the ground. This is the joys of things like this. You can multi-screen at the same time.
Yeah. warming up in the last 8. Michael Smith, Andrew Gilding, Keane Barry, Hendo is on the iPad already. 92 balls left. Surely not even England can top this up.
Yeah, 132 off of something like 91 balls.
Dirk Van Dijven
Oh,
Boda.
92.
How many balls left in the innings?
There's still quite a while. There's at least an hour left. Well, an hour and a half left.
No.
So
If they can't get 27 in a yard.
This is England.
Yeah.
Dirk Van Dijvenbode back at the darts. 5-2 up on Dimitri van den Berg. And looks favourite now to put the last space in the last 8. 2 of our quarterfinals already warming up. Michael Smith, Andrew Gilding and Keane Barry, John Henderson. Yeah, 27 and 26.3 overs. Yeah, that should be done.
And the over genius. The man has horrific music taste. But he's into the last 8.
He must have some strong windows in his car then.
Could you imagine him and Jules Van Dongen in the same? Oh, these bots on YouTube are doing my nutting.
Him and Jules Van Dongen, yeah.
Oh.
We were both at Lakeside for Jules Van Dongen's walk-on. You were at the MSG for Jules Van Dongen's walk-on. Yeah.
I'd rather pull my own teeth out with no anaesthetic.
Lovely guy, Jules. Really nice guy. But his music taste is horrendous.
Yeah.
So we're down to our final 8 then here in Needhausen. Van Dijvenbode with the last spot in there, beating Dimitri van den Berg 6-2. Smith, Andrew Gilding, Keane Barry against John Henderson. So easy to say Barry Keane, isn't it, on the screen? We're also going to see Luke Humphreys, Dirk Van Dijvenbode, and Josh Rock and Christopher Tyskie in those final 8 for today as well.
At least one thing, after having no sleep, at least Southgate's England will put me to sleep tonight quite easily.
At least out in Germany, you don't have to watch it on Channel 4.
Yeah, that was a hard watch on Channel 4 the other day.
Yeah. There goes my chance of ever working there.
The thing is, it wasn't hard to put a good broadcast team together.
I still can't believe Adam Summers has not been given a big gig yet. He's excellent on the conference games on BT.
Right, hopefully this is the last one for the day.
He says hopefully.
I didn't promise. So then, chat room, from the last 8, who wins?
I don't know how, but Michael Smith has not been spoken about today as much as we usually speak about, which is weird considering he's won every tournament under the sun over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
He's just going about his business.
Bully boy doing bully boy things of 2022.
Indeed he is. Oh my.
Do we know what 2 they're streaming yet?
Let's have a look.
Ratajski versus Rock on 1. The other one not announced yet. Again, everyone, just want to thank you. We have broken the 25k subscribers barrier. We will be doing the giveaway as promised. It just sadly, the numbers ticked over at the wrong time. So Monday's live lounge, we will reveal the prizes. Because they're in my living room. And I'm not there till Monday.
Couldn't you get a signed napkin or something?
Yeah. Who do you want to sign it? Paulo Ferreira. Trying to think who I can say without upsetting him. Radek Sedansky. John Michael. Madas Razma. And Mikhail Unterbuchner. Winner. Gob's doing some cropping in the background.
Our man behind the scenes. And of course, don't forget to get involved. Do drop us a comment, drop us a like. Get involved with us this evening. Tea time darts. Doesn't sound too shabby, does it?
It's all right, isn't it?
I suspect it doesn't sound as nice as what you're going to get at your a la carte hotel.
See what's left by the time I finish.
Got a nice chili con carne this evening.
Always a nice touch.
Absolutely. Kidney beans and peppers and chilies and all the rest of it in. It's going to be a sweaty one.
Just patiently waiting. So how many wins does Keen Barry need for the match play we're getting asked? So as it stands right now, Keen Barry is 2 wins away from going into a match play spot. If he wins today overall, he's there. I know I said he's there. God would be pulling his hair out.
Is Ryan Searle in the match play?
Well, we're going to get the calculators out and see if we can work it out.
Well, it depends. I've heard that some players are going to play on the Live Tour, and apparently that's going to count to the rankings towards the match play, so it may not be.
So Gilding Smith underway. First one of our quarterfinals.
Great minds think alike, Jason. Well, to be fair, it's one of the few meals I could cook. It's just easy. Just fry some mince, bung it in the slow cooker, and then just worry about the rice later. I look forward to that. Always got to have cheese on it, though. Got a bit of mozzarella on top. Watch that during the England game tonight.
That's going to be my recipe for sleep.
Well, we are underway in the quarterfinals, and Michael Smith has got off to a flying start against Andrew Gilding. 107 average after the first leg. He is 1-0 up against Goldfinger. Elsewhere, warming up, Keen Barry up against John Henderson. Great day for Big John so far. Whilst Luke Humphreys is about to get underway against Dirk van Dijvenbode. Josh Rock against Christopher Tysky is the other quarter-final, which is taking place today. And as if by magic, Keen Barry and John Henderson have got all underway for us to see. 2 feature games in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Going back to Keen Barry, how many wins does Keen Barry need to be sure qualified for the World Match Play? Well, he's still got a bit of work to do. Well, just going to quickly refresh darts rankings because obviously we want to get
if he wins it today, he's there.
Yep.
Anything anything else, he's still got work to do.
Yeah. If he wins this quarter final, he's on 32,750. Ricky Evans is on 34. Gets to the final, 36,750. That would put him in 14th place, bump Ricky Evans out the spots and put Adrian Lewis in 16th. Wins 40,750, which more than puts him in. It puts him above Kim Hybrechts into 10th place.
Yeah.
But remember, Andrew Gilding's still in play here today, so he can still make inroads into that order of merit.
And yeah, Andrew Gilding's almost there.
And the thing is, this one's kind of come from nowhere because we've seen nothing of Gilding for a number of years, and then this year he's just from nowhere found this form.
Yeah. Cut off for the match play is around the 10th of July. There's a block of 3 Pro Tours, Jason, somewhere around there.
I've got the luxury of Ponty's Spring Sands that weekend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the event. Maybe not so much the accommodation. I think I might buy a sleeping bag.
Yeah. Michael Smith 2-1 to the good. Keane Barry taking the opener.
That was a big dart from John Henderson. Big passenger play. Had to take that 60 out because King Barry was back or left back on double 16 for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. Henderson takes it out. 1 apiece there. And Michael Smith against Andrew Gilding's on the charge. Ton 180, 140, leads 181 after 9. Gilding, decent enough leg himself. Ton followed by a ton 40, but Michael Smith, so 81 after 9 darts, potential 11 dart leg. And he's going to get 6 at it for a 3-1 lead after breaking in the last. But doesn't really matter. Gilding back on 204. Can apply pressure though, Goldfinger. But how much? Not a lot. So Michael Smith back for double 12 and to open up a 2-leg cushion. First dart in hand. Michael Smith for a 13 dart leg to go 3-1 up on Andrew Gilding. 103 average for the bully boy. He's dealing in victories at the minute in tournaments. And he's halfway towards another semi-final.
All quarterfinals are now underway as well. So and he's averaging 107. So what a story this would be for Hendo. What a story.
What's it you said earlier to Matt Edgar? Only in sport do fairy tales happen.
Correct. Dirk Van Dijvenbode taking the opener against Luke Humphreys. It's a much needed run for Ratajski as well, ahead of the World Cup, which is good. Because you've got young Bilowetsky winning on the development tour regularly, which is good. He's confident.
Since the match play last year, he's had a very lean spell. And it's not just the fact that he's getting through to the latter end. I mean, look at the average there, 116.25. Played very well against Damon Hett. I think it was above a ton, wasn't it, there last round too. So the results, of course, are great. But what would be even better for him is the fact that the performances are backing up the results.
Yeah. Michael Smith is going through the gears here. The average is over the ton mark. 4-1 up on Goldfinger. Big moments here. This 5 for Hendo also has to go. Cannot be giving Keen Barry a 2-leg lead. Brilliant from Hendo. Absolutely brilliant. Forget the averages. When everything's on the line, that's balls of steel.
Excellent. $180, 93, 140 for Michael Smith. 4-1 up on Andrew Gilding. Absolutely relentless from Bully Boy.
one for Gob.
Is he devolved? Takes it out in 3. 1 away, Michael Smith from the semi-final. He's racing away with 105 average.
Keen Barry again holds throw. This one's finally poised.
Now go on, Bully. Go for it.
The fish.
It's a nice day for fishing. No, not even close.
Not casting like that. Hey!
Hook, line and sinker.
You know, it's been a long day when the fishing gaps are coming out.
Indeed, indeed.
Krzysztof Ratajski levels it up against Josh Rock.
But Andrew Gilding is still alive. 56 out, had to go. Brings it back to 5-2. But here, Michael Smith has the darts to seal the deal and kicks off ton 40. And that's huge. Huge, huge, huge. From King Barry, Shanghai 120 to break the throw of John Henderson. It may have just broken his heart in the process. 4-2 up now. Has the chance to throw for 5-2 lead. Henderson's had a dream day. Is the dream run about to come to an end?
Going to have to find something big to get back into this game. Been in this position before today.
In fairness, he hasn't had to come up against this. Ton 40 to start from King Barry.
Agreed.
And Michael Smith on the other side of the screen is running towards the finishing line. Ton 40, ton 180. One leads 81 after 9. Can he finish with an 11 dart leg? Finish with a flourish for another place in the Fab Final 4. He is himself 36 when he comes back. Suddenly 144 for Gilding, but this is Michael Smith's moment. Double 18. And the Bully Boys' impressive streak continues. He's into the semi-finals of the Players' Championships here in Niedhausen. Second dart in hand. He nails the 36. Fantastic game. 104 average. Impressive stuff from Bully Boy. In yet another semi-final, he beats Andrew Gilding 6-2, and he is the man to beat.
Also, Keen Barry is on the cusp as well. Looks as if he's going to end Hendo's resistance for the day. Fabulous day for Big John, but it looks as if Irish eyes are going to be smiling. And again, we said the race for the match play, Keen Barry is taking a giant step. Ratajski up against Josh Rock, 3-2. But Keen Barry looking at double 4 hits, double 4. Hendo's resistance broken. Keen Barry is in to the last 4.
And so we have a look at Krzysztof Ratajski against Josh Rock. And Luke Humphries against Dirk Van Dijvenbode, both 6 legs in. Tysky's 4-2 up on Rock. Humphries and Van Dijvenbode are smack bang level at 3 apiece. I know it's on throw, but that's some response from Josh Rock in a leg that he knew he had to win. Left himself on 78 after 12. And pins it for 14, back to 4-3, but this is the leg for Ratajski, which would open up that cushion again, and he know he'd be on the hill. Since Rock has to win this one. Van Dijvenbode nails 96 to go 4-3 up on Luke Humphries, but some start to the leg in response for Humphries. 1-2-5 to begin with. These are our last 2 quarterfinals. We've seen Kane Barry beat John Henderson 6-2. Whilst we've also seen Michael Smith get the better of Andrew Gilding by the same scoreline. Kane Barry will play the winner of Humphries against Van Dijvenbode. Michael Smith will play the winner of Rock and Ratajski.
They are both finally poised. Boards 1 and 4.
Luke Humphrey nails the 76 to make it 4-4 against Dirk Van Dijvenbode, but a huge patch to play here in Ratajski against Rock because Josh Rock is on tops to break throw and make it 4 apiece. Ratajski, though, is at the board wanting 94. His left top, so Josh Rock back at the board, knows he can't miss. Otherwise, Ratajski is within 1 a victory. This is for the break back. To bring it back on for 4 apiece, then Rock, of course, would have the throw in the next and gets it with his second dart in hand. So we are at 4 apiece between Josh Rock and Christoph Ratajski. Is Rock with the throw and has the pendulum swung dramatically in this one.
Just looking at it, Gob's worst nightmare today. Josh Rock, Keen Barry final. Get ready for a meltdown.
It can happen.
Dirk van Dijvenbode holds to go within one. What has the number 1 seed got in the locker?
Meanwhile, Josh Rock wants the big fish. But can only serve up a tiddler, 58. So Ratajski to get the break back and to then throw for the match. Wants this 130. 94 leaves 36. So the 112 for Rock has to go.
On the other board,
This would be huge.
Van Dijvenbode could be on the brink here. Oh,
and Josh Rock has conjured up a big finish at a big time when the pressure is on, where he was staring at a break of throw, which could have been fatal in his chances to get into the semi-final. He nails the big finish. 5-4 up and opens with a ton 40. And suddenly it's him rattling Ratajski's cage. And it is the Pole who is fighting and fighting and fighting for his way back in the match to save the match.
Match point.
The door's
Van
open.
Dijvenbode tops for the semi-finals and to knock out the number 1 seed. And it goes. Luke Humphries departs. Dirk van Dijvenbode, the over genius, is into the final 4, where he will take on Barry Keane.
So Josh Rock, oh my goodness. Listen to this for a leg. 140, 180, 124 leads on 57 after 9. Ratajski on 225. And how the game has swung on one finish. Josh Rock wants 57 to seal it. And a place in the semi-finals. And gets the 57 in 2. And Josh Rock is into the semi-finals here in Niedhausen. Christoph Ratajski was poised to break throw and to go 5-4 up where he would have had the darts to win it. But Josh Rock coming out with a ton topper of his own to then swing the game back in his direction. And then a final leg of 140, 180, 124, and then 57 in 2 darts, and 11 dart leg to seal it against the darts. Josh Rock is into the semi-finals where he's going to take on Michael Smith.
What a lineup. Dirk van Dijvenbode will play King Barry, Michael Smith, Josh Rock for Players Championship 16. Not bad, is it?
Very good lineup. There's, I'd say, in each game you've got a strong favourite, but the player who will be put by the bookies as the outsider isn't a massive outsider. On their day, can upset their so-called heavyweight opponents. So very, very good semi-final lineup and 4 players as well that's going to get on with it. It's going to be a good pace, these semi-finals, some good games coming up. It's not the worst lineup we've ever seen for a Pro Tour semi-final.
No, it's good. Let's get a cheeky little poll.
Graham?
2 yellow cards. I mean, 3.
Sam Hill, who's your boys pick to win the World Cup? I'm biased and will back Gez and Johnny all the way, but it could be anyone's this year. Czech Republic I have as dark horses also. I think it's as open a World Cup as it's been for a little while now. I think Wales are the favourites, strong favourites, probably in that respect. But I'm going to have to stick my neck out on the line. I just think there's something about Belgium this year.
Yeah, I think Wales are rightfully the favourites. But the outsiders, I like Poland.
Yeah.
Canada
Possibly
as well.
America unlucky not to have Lauby. I think that's a big difference for them.
Yeah. Again, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but there are a couple of teams that could be stronger if it wasn't picked the way it is.
I'm surprised Mikuru Suzuki isn't in the Japan team.
I don't know. I think they had a...
That might be why then. Because I know sometimes, I mean, like Brazil with Diogo, they put another qualifier for the second space, don't they?
Yeah. USA play Poland. Yes, they do, mate. I just think that for me, the Polish team is better as a combined team than USA.
I don't know about you, but if a non-seeded team's gonna win the World Cup, I think this year's possibly the best year for one.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm just intrigued. Obviously, they let Scotland defend their title, which I've got no problem with as long as it's a precedent. But part of me would like to see Holland win it just to see the conversations next year.
I mean, I'm looking at that bottom half. Sorry, the top half, which England are in. That's ridiculously open.
Yeah.
You could make a case for every seeded nation. I mean, I could see Belgium and Australia meeting in the quarters and possibly the winner of that getting into the final from that half. That is me backing away from England and Scotland.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by either. I think at the moment Scotland are going to have to play well every game, as in both players, where there's an iffy one from both players at any time. There you go. Out of the top teams, if you could pick your pairings, how would you have them? Would you change any?
So let me get the team thing back up on here. For England, I'd have Joe Cullen in. Probably for Wade, based on form at the minute. Malcolm Smith and Joe Cullen, I think if they were a team, they're favourites.
I'm with you, but I also can't make my mind up Aspinall or Cullen and Smith. I like the combination of that. I like all combinations of those three for chemistry as well.
Yeah. I'm surprised, and it surprised me Aspinall's not actually played at the World Cup yet.
No, that's what I mean. I'd say, but I like any combination of those three for chemistry.
We'll let Scotland go because they're defending champions. So we're going to say that that's the rule that they can have whoever they want in. I mean, obviously, we know who we'd want alongside Peter Wright for that. And that'd be Gary Anderson. Germany's pretty set in stone. That's a fair enough combination. Maybe Northern Ireland, you'd like to see Josh Rock in there. There's just something exciting about him.
See, for Germany, I personally would rather see Schindler and Hempel play together.
Okay. The only thing I'd say about Hempel is this year's not been a good one for him thus far.
No, I agree, but I just don't see Clemens winning big moments in games.
Mm-hmm. The other one is New Zealand. Hopai Puha should be in that team.
Yeah. Again, I would personally change the USA team as well.
Lauby should be in. I'm just not sure who for yet.
I'd have Lauby in for Van Dongen.
I was thinking, I was having Baggish in with Lauby just based on Baggish's big stage experience more than anything else.
Yeah, but Baggish plays better on TV than Van Dongen, and yeah, I'd have Lauby in. I like the Canada team.
Yeah, Hong Kong, Kai Feng Lung should be in there.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, I mentioned earlier, I think Makuru Suzuki should be playing for Japan. I reckon her and Seiko Asada is probably the two best players that they've got.
Who would you have in the Holland team, if in an ideal world?
Noppert's a shoo-in for me. Probably best starts of his career at the minute, UK Open champion. I think for me, he is a shoo-in.
See, he's not for me because of the chemistry that you need for MVG.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the pace Noppert plays at.
Yeah, actually, no, forget about Dirk will suit MVG better in terms of pace. I mean, we saw with Jermaine, the year he played with Jermaine Watamina, it just didn't quite click, which is interesting because Jermaine's a quick player.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting. You ask Michael who he'd pick, we all know the question. We all know the answer.
Yeah.
He plays with Vincent.
Well, yeah, his best mate, his best man, and whatever. But
yeah,
fortunately, Vincent ain't in that shout. But I think for me, it has to be Noppert. For me, I think a player who's, if it was a 10-man Premier League again if it was a 10-man Premier League and we're discussing next year, Danny Noppert would be in the conversation for a 10-man Premier League.
I agree. I think he would, but I just think that Michael struggles to play with him because of the pace. And like we were saying about chemistry, I'm not sure that's the best pairing.
He has won World Cups with Barney, who isn't exactly the quickest player. I know he's a bit quicker than Danny is.
Yeah.
Trying to look elsewhere. Which other ones would I possibly? Czech team is strong.
Yeah. Stephen, at the moment, Ireland is Steve Lennon and Willie O'Connor.
To be honest, there's not much you could probably change in that.
Maybe
King Barry actually for Steve Lennon. Actually thinking about it, yeah. Can't say I know too much about obviously the lower ranked nations. Gibraltar look as if every year they're getting these couple of youngsters seem to be getting better.
In terms of excitement, you'd have Rock and Rafferty for Northern Ireland.
Could you imagine? That would be good to watch.
Yeah.
Nothing against Dowell and Brendan, but there's something about two young players who quick, got a bit about them as well that just excites you. That's like Canada again, real dark horses. I hope Diogo plays well. I know he hasn't had the best 18 months or so, so it'd be nice to see him play well on the big stage.
Are you not kind of bored of having Brazil in there, though?
I get why they're in there, just because it gives you a nation from every continent. But when you got a France who are ready to have a World Cup team, they got two players that could play in the World Cup. Obviously, everyone speaks about Thibaut, and I cannot tell you how big a star he is out in France. He's massive out there now, and the other guy's name keeps escaping me.
It comes down to TV, because no one takes the TV rights in France,
and that's what needs to be the next step out there. I think someone showed highlights or something like that of his final out in France.
Yeah.
But I know on the day of the final, the phone went nuts for him for media requests.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, he was on every single TV channel, radio network there was to be had. Labour Jakes, that's the one. We're intrigued to see Hungary this year, just because we've seen a lot of noise, haven't we, with European tour events out there. And I know obviously there's been one or two big exhibitions with big names in front of ridiculously big crowds. So it'd be interesting to see how their players react to the noise and publicity the sport's had out there over the last year or so.
Agreed.
Because like Germany, that is ready to explode.
First semi-final is underway. The other one is underway as well. Which one do you want, Henry?
I don't mind.
To you, which one do you want?
Let's go Dirk against Keane. You can have Michael against Josh.
Happy days. What about Croatia in the World Cup? Yeah, they should have been in for me.
Country's got tour card holders, so
that's what I mean.
I think that should be stage one.
Josh Rock is carving a break opportunity in leg number one here. The 180 left 61 to break Michael Smith's throw. And it goes into
Well, Keane Barry takes a 72 out, last dart in hand. These two are throwing monsters at each other. One apiece so far. Van Duijvenbode is averaging 117. King Barry 107. I think they've settled into this one.
Yeah. Stephen, I think Dawson's playing a little bit again. Nothing massive, but I think he's doing a bit.
Doing it more for enjoyment than actually chasing anything at the minute.
Yeah. What about a 2-tier Premier League, 2 up, 2 down? I like the concept of 2 pools or whatever you want it. I just don't think it will happen.
I'm wondering how long until we see a Premier League night at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
I think that's the next step.
Yeah, places like Budapest as well, where one night Josh Rock takes out 80 and 2 to consolidate that break of throw. We've seen the venues in Budapest hold 10,000, and you don't need all the Premier Leagues over here. When you've got Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, Nottingham, Birmingham, all in a blanket.
Yeah, personally, what I'd do is I'd keep Newcastle, keep one of Manchester or Liverpool. I'm more swaying towards Liverpool for that one, as Van Dive and Boda makes it 1 apiece.
See, I personally, I'd keep Manchester and Liverpool and Leeds, but I'd get rid of Sheffield, Nottingham.
Yeah. I think Newcastle's a must.
Yeah, completely.
You obviously got to have your one in the Southwest for the UK Open, which is probably going to be Bristol in a couple of years' time.
Yeah.
I think you've got to have something in the South Coast, so Brighton probably stays. We know the O2 ain't going anywhere, which then probably leaves you with, probably 3 or 4 more weeks where you can go to Budapest, go to New York. Copenhagen may not be somewhere up there, may not be too far away either for a Premier League spot.
To start with, I'd definitely be getting rid of Sheffield, Nottingham, maybe even Birmingham, because it just doesn't work as a venue for me.
No. And to be honest, from Birmingham, it's still commutable to Liverpool or Manchester, one or the other.
Yeah.
If they were to do the Garden, it would definitely be finals night. No doubt about that.
Yeah. Cameron says favourite World Cup duo of all time. Yeah, Nicholson and Whitlock for me.
That game, Australia against Belgium.
Michael Smith has just found a 180, and it was enough to put the pressure on and force a miss from Josh Rock. Now, Bully Boy looking at 24 to level it up 2 apiece. The 180 created the pressure and taken 2-all back on throw.
Everybody takes out 20-second dart in the hand to open up a 3-1 lead. Crucial break of throw against Keane Barry. The impetus is most certainly in the Dutchman's corner now, averaging 108 at this halfway point of the match. Barry 101. That kicks off 1-2-5. Jamie Gill, do you think Spain or Portugal get a Euro Tour in the future? Now, didn't Spain have one of the first Euro Tours? They had a tournament out there, didn't they, once upon a time?
I'd be happy with the Ibiza Classic or something for the weekend.
That would end in tears.
Could you imagine?
But this way, there'd be
Or
plenty
Bengal.
of stories, but we wouldn't be able to broadcast any of them.
Yeah. Now, Bully Boy will come back for double 10 unless Josh Rock can find a whopper. He can't, so Bully Boy coming back to lead this one 3-2. If he can pin 10s. I say if as if it was a doubt.
Well, King Barry's put Dirk van Duijvenbode's throw under severe threat. That 145 leads him on 41. Duijvenbode on the 64 needs to go, otherwise the break is going to return. But clutch last dart in hand for Dirk van Duijvenbode opens up a 4-1 lead over King Barry, and the Irishman has got it all to do here and only starts 57 on throw. And suddenly you see the tide really fly into Van Duijvenbode's direction. You can see the current in front of him, the current that is the final. At the moment, it is a bit plain sailing.
Josh Rock levels us up 3 apiece. The young man from Northern Ireland will have to find a break of throw if he's to book a place in the final.
Duijvenbode leaving a finish after 9. It's a big one at 167. Barry back on 161 after 12 with a dart. Only 57 for Van Duijvenbode. So Barry with 161 to get a much needed hold. Otherwise, another break. Only 65 and Duijvenbode on 110. 5-1. Could very soon be curtains, but we'll head back to Smith against Rock.
It is, and Bully Boy pins the 81 in 2 to lead 4-3.
And Dirk van Duijvenbode took out the 110 for the double break of throw against King Barry. It is now 5-1 to the Aubergenius, who is coasting towards the final as things stand. Tom 40 to start this leg. 101.96 the averages in this one.
Yeah, and Michael Smith is threatening a break of throw here. 180.93. What Josh Rock got in response. Not enough is the answer. One treble and Bully Boy. The door is open for 5-3. Oh, 55, no finish. Maybe that's the lifeline that Josh Rock needs. But a cardinal mistake by Josh Rock, 52 to leave 166, which meant Bully Boy could just tee up and get ready. 78 for 5-3. And it goes. Josh Rock, ferret counting. Smith going through the gears here. What has Josh Rock got left in the tank? Dirk Van Dijvenbode looks as if he's crashing his way into the final.
DD is 6-1 up on King Barry. I've just had a look, scroll on Twitter. Jess Smith has found his suitcase. It's been given to him now, which is good news for him. Well, Dirk will come back for the big fish for the match.
Michael Smith, 65 for 6'3". "6'3", bully boy.
Well, King Barry needs this to stay in the match. Only gets to 60. So Dirk Van Dijvenbode now is 74 points away from the final. After a commanding performance.
Stephen says Martin Mookman is 200-1 to win the world champs. Do you think? I think that's over. No, I don't think he'll win it, but I think that's overpriced.
If you're looking for each way markets, that's not a bad one to look at.
No.
So Dirk is back for 88. But squanders more match darts, and King Barry is still alive. But he misses more. We could both be done at the same time here. We'll go to Michael Smith.
I'm done. Michael Smith rattles off the legs. 7'3", averages 106.23. Sublime from the bully boy.
Well, we're going from the sublime to the ridiculous because both players have bust their scores here. And so Dirk was 2-2 all the way down to the bottom of the board. It's a hard double to throw aggressively at. But gets it last dart in hand to complete a demolition job of King Barry. Dirk Van Dijvenbode is into the final here in Niedhausen, where he's going to take on Michael Smith for the glory for the £12,000 first prize in the final in around about 10 minutes' time.
We have a final. It will be bully boy Michael Smith taking on Dirk Van Dijvenbode, the number 2 and number 9 seeds in Niedhausen.
If anything, it's going to be quick.
I was say it won't be too shabby.
Very watchable. Which is what we want to see. Then there was just us two.
And then there was 2.
It's amazing how quickly these days rattle by when you get to the last 32, last 16 stage, and now we are at the final. There's a look at the results. Dirk Van Dijvenbode is 7-1 over King Barry and Michael Smith. What a performance. 106.24 as he beat Josh Rock by 7 legs to 3. Those 2 young Irishmen either side of the border could be proud of their performances today. Just wasn't quite enough in the final 4. So our final is Dirk Van Dijvenbode up against Michael Smith.
Not long to go. They'll both want to get on with it. Quick toilet break. And I would imagine it will be fairly quick. So we are just about ready. Just going to wait for the guys. Right, we will grab a quick ad break and we'll be back for the final on the other side of this. And welcome back to Super Series live here at Online Darts. It is the final. Michael Smith against Dirk van Dijvenbode. Only a couple of minutes away now. Who do you fancy, Henry?
Based on his performances so far today, we said when it got to the quarterfinals, we haven't really said much about Michael Smith. And then, then he just suddenly hit live quarterfinal, semi-final, big averages. He's just doing what Michael Smith's doing at the moment. So I think Michael Smith goes in as a favourite, not a heavy favourite, because we know what Dirk can do on his day. But Michael Smith will be favourite. I feel like he's going to edge it, probably at 8-4, 8-5, something along them lines.
Yeah, for me, this is all about the start. If Bully Boy gets out of the blocks, he could be hard to catch. Dars Curry says, keep talking, Henry. Bars is nodding off. I'm going to sleep well tonight, that's for sure.
I usually have this effect, don't I?
I will sleep well tonight.
You know what will happen? You'll feel tired all day. And as soon as your head hits the pillow, your brain's going to think, do you know what? I'm awake now.
I think I've gone past that.
Here's one from Cameron Starr, who's got a bit of time. Early picks for the match play.
Oof. If MVG was 100% fit, but I'm not, until one I've seen him play, I can't go with him just because of the operation. I don't know how fit he's going to be. I said he'd win minimum of two TV tournaments. He's already won one, so there's signs that Gezi is flickering into life. We're seeing bits and bobs of brilliance, not consistently. Michael Smith right now, it's hard to look past him. And from the other side, I'm expecting good runs from Nathan Aspinall. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Mike obviously just having the operation. I think possibly to be back at his 100% best, probably a little bit too soon, and it's possibly the worst tournament to come straight back off the operation from, because they're long games. You know, first round best of 19, and you're going up best of 21, 31, 35, 37. It's a long tournament for someone who's just come back off an op. Then you look elsewhere. I mean, Dimitri Vandenberg has an eye for this tournament. 2 years he's played in it. He's won it, runner-up. I mean, obviously this year hasn't been his best so far, but showed signs as he won the Nordic Masters at the weekend. Michael Smith, for me, is the best player in the world at this present moment in time. So if I was a bookmaker, I'd be pricing Smith up, possibly joint favourite with maybe a Gezi or a Peter, because that's the way the bookies will work it. From the non-seeds, I expect big things in the TV majors this year from Damon Heta. Been so good on the floor. He's shown signs on the TV. For me, I want to see him now take that next step in the TV events. Chris Dobie, at some point, is going to make a big, big run at a major one. Whether it's this one, I'm not sure, but he ain't far away. I mean, how many times do we see him? I mean, to be honest, there's no such thing as a false ranking because you are where you are based on merit. But how many times have we seen Chris Dobie lose 6-5, averaging 106 or something like that? It's going to click one day for him.
Yeah, agreed. Just looking, who else? Luke Humphreys as well.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind Rob Cross as an each way. Maybe to get us to a semi.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot depends on the draw that you get. And we hadn't even discussed Joe Cullen, who we could have been talking about today as the Premier League champion if it went a whip for the wire to the right, that dart at double 16.
Yeah. Of course, Sam said it as well. This would be Michael Smith's third floor tournament in a row if he wins.
It's not bad going, is it?
It's all right, isn't it? He's done all right for himself.
Yeah. Don't worry about the haters, Michael. You're doing just fine. Those Dirty Sanchez said 14-1 still for the World Championship.
Yeah.
I'll be putting money on that right now if I was a betting man or allowed to bet on it.
Just waiting for the game to spring into life. Won't be too far away. Fingers crossed. Get on with it. Get it done.
This little box room office is getting swelteringly hot.
Yeah.
Mind you must have you got aircon where you are?
No, I've just got my windows wide open.
Oh, that's stingy.
Yeah. I don't think they were forecasting a heat wave in Germany.
Fairness, we call anything above 15 degrees a heat wave out here.
What's your opinions on Klaassen winning the Dutch Open? If I'm being honest, I didn't see a lot of it, so I don't know how he played.
I saw the final. Yeah,
it's good that he's won.
Exactly. I saw the final against Mark Barudi. Played okay in patches, some big outs when he needed to. I think he's up to number 4 now in the WDF system. Obviously, because it's a heavily one of the big ranking events. There's a lot of ranking and weight that goes on to winning that one. And it's good to see Yellow playing well and winning again, because he's one of those players that when he dropped off tour, he could have gone one of two ways. He could have done what he's doing now and thought, you know what, I'm going to do everything I can, play in every event I can, try and win as much as I can, take advantage of every opportunity I've got, like he has done with the UK Open, like he has done with the European Tour, as he has done. Obviously, he's playing the Live League as well this year. Or it could go the other way. How many times have we seen players in that situation to drop off the tour and we're just great players and just think, you know what, I don't really fancy the job anymore. So it's good to see Yellow with a brilliant attitude towards it. And, obviously now qualified for the WDF Championships because he's won that. So, he's got that to look forward to now to the end of the year. And then I know the idea is going to try and get in as many Euro Tours as he can, try and get into the Pro Tours via Challenge Tour. So he's got something to look forward to the end of the year whilst chasing PDC avenues.
Yeah.
And I think the PDC Tour needs a Yellow classing on it as well. It's much better for him being there.
Yeah. Just waiting for the game to kick into life.
Any time today, boys?
Yeah.
Phil's got a buffet to enjoy.
And just some sleep.
Yeah. Then we're back tomorrow. Earliest start, 11 a.m. UK time.
Yeah.
12 p.m. out in Germany. So we're back at the grind again.
And then the World Cup of Darts.
Indeed, doubles darts. And actually get to watch the darts for a couple of days for a change.
Yeah. Anytime today then, boys.
They're listening to us, aren't they, or something like that? Probably listening to our dribble, drabble. Don't know why.
This is just going to be one of them, isn't it? It instantly springs into life from nowhere.
We're about 3 legs in.
Yeah. Sorry, we forgot to press the go button. Come on.
Whilst we're here, I might do the Sudoku or something.
Yeah. It's not normally this long a break in between.
I was going to say, usually about 10 minutes and then we're underway.
Yeah. Someone's got the and we're like, come on, we want to go.
Come on.
Any time now, boys. Any danger?
Incidentally, because I've just had a little look, today's the first day that Glenn Dummant's fallen out the 64 on the tour card race.
Yeah.
Amo, Diver Boda
Oh, here we go.
stands in his way as he looks to pick up.
Here we go.
Chris Murphy, hello.
Go on, the Murph. Bully Boy opens with a max. Can you follow it up, Michael? Oh, boo. Not a bad start to this one, is it?
Absolutely not. $180, $134, $147 for Smith, $134, $135 from Dive Boda. Smith's on for a 10-dart leg in the opener. And to be honest, if Dirk was given that start after 6, you'd think he's probably in control and in charge of the leg.
Yeah, Dirk could be happy with that. However,
it's not quite good enough because you're playing Michael Smith and he's just going to hit 10 darters as if they're going out of fashion.
Yeah, just like have some of that.
Some way to set your stall out.
Yeah. Some might say it can only go downhill from here.
I mean, I'd be staggered if he averages 150. Well, he ain't gonna now.
The world record average gets battered.
Would never get beaten.
Still to this MVG hits that double 18, that average doesn't get beat.
Ever. Whereas in the World Cup game, those first to 4 rubbers, didn't Kim Heibrich have a dart for it or at some point?
The best of 4s you can have huge.
Not that they should count because their matches are in matches.
Yeah.
Come on then, Dirk. Reel it in.
Oh, it's primed up, ready to go.
Just now has to go.
Dirk's just inviting a little bit of pressure. Is that a mistake? Yes.
And although it's not quite terminal for Van Dijvenbode yet, the way Michael Smith's playing, you just sense that was a huge moment in the match, even at this early stage.
Yeah.
The thing is, that 180 probably still won't be enough.
No, that's the worry. Because if Smithy goes 140, 140, but it might be now.
Right, Michael Smith's playing. Van Dijvenbode could probably hit a 9 darter and still lose a leg. How good Michael Smith's playing. The way he's got to think is this is an off leg here for Michael Smith against the darts. Van Dijvenbode's been playing good stuff himself, so he knows if he can just keep at this level and Smith declines or reclines like he is in this leg, then he's going to afford himself opportunities.
Yeah. Superb.
Both for 10 darter?
I'd go for it.
Three will do.
I'd have been booing him. Could be just the recipe that Van Dijvenbode needed. Oof.
Finally got a bit of breathing room in the leg.
Yeah.
How much you would have loved to have plonked a 2 treble visit in there. The 96 will do.
Especially nothing hurts him from here.
Especially that.
It's one of those ones where if a max leaves a big finish, there's still an element of pressure. But the fact that no matter what Smith did, he couldn't hurt him. Like that. A max here taps him on the shoulder. Level game.
And that Michael Smith wasn't going to be at 120 all game long. And Dijvenbode has stuck to his level, stuck to the task, and is getting his rewards. Although Smith kicks off with a max, and Dirk decides to respond in kind.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
But only a 140 from Smith.
Rubbish. Look at these part-timers.
Robert Owen was averaging 115 the other night.
Yeah.
Indeed, Trish, this is the final. The one they all want to win.
Someone will be Players' Championship winner 16.
A lot of credit's got to go to Michael Smith here because Dirk came rampaging back and just feels like in this, well,
What?
What's happened there? What happened there?
See, this is what happens when you don't take the volunteer markers out. To be fair, I haven't even looked at the stream. Who is? Let's have a look who's officiating. See if we.
Well, it's definitely not
sign up.
Binksy. iPad fell off the wall.
That's one of the PDC Europe guys. Someone did a Daryl Gurney. To be fair, it was at this very venue. The iPad's probably still in the forest somewhere.
I'm surprised you've got a decent internet connection because it is literally stuck in the middle of the forest, isn't it, Niedhausen?
Yeah. It's been all right, to be fair.
So, you live the luxury life of how the players live.
To be fair, they were all moaning the fact they were all trying to get online and play FIFA and Call of Duty at the same time.
And the reason why they can't play is because Phil Bars wants to do a live stream.
Yeah.
Well, these are big moments. And Diving Boda 56. Smith's lurking back on 25. Takes in 2.
Smith will see that as a missed opportunity. There was half a chance there.
113 average each.
Casual.
Seen worse.
Yeah. Oof. Bully boy should
Monster.
start downstairs. You'll have to blow me in a second.
Big moments, big darts for Dirk here. 91 leaves him on the fish. How desperately will it need to go? Well, it doesn't have to go all together because Michael Smith's not left an outshot. So Dirk has 6 darts for break and to lead for the first time in this match. And he's hit a 130 to lead tops. And suddenly the tide in this final is swinging. Suddenly the direction of travel is changing. And all of a sudden, Dirk van Dijvenbode is leading when it looked as if at the start of the game, Michael Smith was about to start a runaway train.
Oof.
Dirk van Dijvenbode has kept him honest, kept him on it, and now leads 4-3 in a scintillating final.
Can Van Dijvenbode end this ridiculous winning streak with Michael Smith? As ridiculous as this sounds, this needs to be 2 trebles. All right, have 3.
As ridiculous as it sounds, this needs to be 2 trebles.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it, when you go on 134, 134, and you're saying that there has to be a 2 treble visit.
Imagine 12 dart legs not being good enough.
Darts completed it, mate.
Well, this game's at everything but the fish.
Oh,
And the
wow.
game's got the fish.
Absolute scenes.
Dirk must have thought he was coming back for 5-3.
Oh. Bully boy enjoyed that one.
Give it large, Michael.
Chat room loving that one. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And again, after 9 darts, Smith's on 94, and this has to go. Make it make sense. Because he might leave double 19 after 12 and probably lose the leg.
Is it a 140, 171 and arguably going to lose the leg? Chat room on fire.
But he does win the leg in 14, and it's a 5-4 lead for Michael Smith. Anyone hurt?
Smith's thinking, just give me a break of throw. It's one of those nice positions to be in scoreline wise because it's hold, break, hold, and you're on the cusp.
Hmm. Whoever loses this must think, how the hell have I lost it?
Two trebles here. Left to finish. Could he do it again?
Amazingly, this is a poor leg.
Yeah. He's only left 170 after 9.
Art Sharvoom? No.
I would still love someone to do that perfect 9 darter. Oh.
It's a perfectly clean 110 for Michael Smith. And that, more importantly, is a break. Smith's got this game exactly where he wants it now.
Right there. Unbelievable. Has Bully Boy finally broken Van Dyvenbode's heart, spirit, everything?
How is he averaging 112 and 6-4 down? I'm not joking. This might actually be the worst leg of the match. It's still got to max it.
If this goes yellow, I want to know what he's done.
The iPad broke again.
Chat room, loving it.
Well, you sense that was effectively match point, and Dirk was up to the task, gets that break back. 6-5 still to Michael Smith, but you felt if Michael held there at 7-4, you probably thought it was the beginning of the end for the Dutchman.
However, the Dutchman is still flying. But it hasn't got Captain Jack on it yet.
Absolutely not.
Only a maximum hurts Dirk here. 26 certainly doesn't. Well, welcome to the Dog and Duck.
Dog and Duck would turf me away for being too good. I'm trying to think, if Smith doesn't take this 95, would this be the first leg over 15? Don't have to worry about that. More importantly, a breaker throw, and Michael Smith is fighting for it. Cancelled each other out.
Just sense though, Smithy would like 2 trebles just to keep Dirk at arm's length.
So Michael Smith has 6 starts for the title. They're at 57, he's on 114. Don't back anything against Michael Smith in this match. Just opens the door a little bit for Dirk.
Oh.
More than opens it. This is match point. Might have missed the match start.
To be fair, this probably deserves a deciding leg.
Indeed. I want to see some heavy scoring and then some missed doubles just to make it a bit more tense.
Yeah, want the last leg to be utter chaos.
Double one each. Michael Smith's running towards the line.
Back-to-back 140s from Bully Boy. Oh.
And so Michael Smith has won his third consecutive Players' Championship event. It's blackjack for Bully Boy because that is 21 in a row for Michael Smith at the Players' Championship. Take a bow, both of them. 106 average for Smith, 107 for Dirk.
Just absolutely filth.
It was all right.
Well, everyone, that is Players' Championship 16. Congratulations to the Bully Boy, Michael Smith, who is now 21 games unbeaten on the PDC Pro Tour. Right. We're going to let everyone get off and sort the football out and everything like that. Henry, absolute pleasure as always, mate. And we'll see you tomorrow, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, for Players' Championship 17. Everyone, that's Online Darts signing out for this evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Take it to the next level.